Paul, we are going to start. We have a big problem in Africa, indeed. How did they arrive there in the first place? And those are the things that I want us to raise. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Miriam, in the studios in Nairobi. Thank you very much. This is a combined effort of Punchline Africa Television together with Matsanga's Twitter space. Is OAU, has it lost salt? Who allowed, how did you allow Israel to come, then stop them, embarrass them, harass them, evict them? Where did the rain start beating us? Ladies and gentlemen, it is only a few days on Friday. And on Friday, we were talking about this mess. I warned you here that you will come back and say I was right. Today, I want to stand up and again read a passage from the book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 14. When Paul said, and Jesus said, God said, if you preach and they don't listen to you, pick up your dust and go away. I told you, my fellow Africans, that this organization called African Union, and I want, first of all, I hope the studios in Nairobi, you are recording this. I want to thank President Museveni for having read the message and for having read my letter of 80 pages and understood the problem of African Union. Your Excellency, thank you very much. I am very delighted, enlightened. What can I say again? For the first time, we agree on a number of things. On Libya, Dr. Masanga and His Excellency General Museveni, we agreed. I wrote a letter to the president. It was published. I will print it here, and all of you will see what I was saying and what I was predicting. I want the production team in Nairobi to produce that letter and pin it here for the people to say. I am not a prophet. I am not a relative of Elijah or Elisha. But what I predict in Africa comes true. And it has come true. I've been vindicated. I told you people will fight. That AU is not properly constituted. Someone has sold us. Somebody has sold our organization. Somebody has sold our organization to a foreign external force that keeps us fighting all the time. You can talk up to morning. You can talk up to Angel Gabriel. But I'm telling you today, let's be here, speak like Africans. Has AU lost salt? They couldn't even agree on the agenda. It collapsed on Thursday. They couldn't talk about Biafra, about Nigeria, about the bad elections, about Boko Haram. They couldn't talk about Cameroon, Somalia, Democratic Republic of Congo. They just smelled perfumes and they came out. What have they said on DRC Congo, which is meaningful? Zero. Hello. Hello, Africa. This organization, the founding fathers of this organization founded it for you. For the betterment of you people. This organization is yours. You pay tax. Your government sends money to Addis Ababa for this organization to function. When you join us, mute your telephone, please. Mr. Manzi. You better mute your telephone, please. Mr. Manzi, mute your telephone. Thank you. This organization, therefore, is for you people. It is not for an individual. You pay your taxes. You are all the time paying taxes. What wrong have you done by paying taxes? And then somebody does not function. Why did the African Union, first of all, entertain the issue of an application of Israel? A few months ago, you heard people were saying Israel's application has been entertained by African Union. Okay, why did they even bring the issue? Until some countries, until some of us started shouting, saying, but the decision has been made to include Israel as an observer team without consultation of African heads of state. The chairperson, Dr. Mohamed Faki, and his Mauritanian chief of staff were quick to write statements condemning me, Matanga. The African Union spokesman has condemned me on several times. I have also refused to be condemned. The more they condemn me, the more I also send the missiles back to them and send my angels to disrupt their meeting. Their meeting yesterday was well disrupted, a very good disruption. Let me tell you, you people who don't go to this meeting, I've been going to these meetings for many years. The security operatives are like kings. They treat us like we are stupid people. They handle us who go to this meeting like we are rubbish street goers. Some of them with their shoes cannot match my shoes. When you reach African Union, you are treated like a slave. You are treated worse than the slave of Carolina. The slaves of Carolina, Orients. We are told to play music while the Americans were making the economy. That behavior must change. The security operatives of African Union are the worst security that should not even be talked about. 2, who invited Israel? The African Union chairperson. This guy is very corrupt, and I've been telling you people, but you don't listen. This guy likes money. This man likes money. This man has gone to Cameroon and got money, gold from Paul Biya. He cannot bring emotion for the Cameroonians who are suffering. If I'm wrong, God help me today. The guy in African Union seat likes money. And I want to thank President Museveni for not attending this rubbish. Thank you very much today. At least, Mr. Niwagaba, can you mute your phone? Thank you, sir. Mute your phone, my brother. I'll call you later to speak. Can you put a mute button when Niwagaba? Yes, thank you very much. There was no program about Nigeria, no agenda about Nigeria. The killings, the gangsters, the kidnap, the bad elections that we're experiencing, the Biafran issue, the killings by the Nigerian army. This was not brought on table. DRC Congo was just something just to play about. Now, the question is, isn't there a way, wasn't there a way for diplomatically, tell these diplomats that come and we talk a bit? Was there a need to embarrass them, to evict them forcefully, especially a lady head of a department? In Africa, we have got good manners. We don't touch ladies. We don't harass ladies. I don't know since when I quarreled with my wife 45 years ago. When she quarrels, I run away. But this security and the chief of staff, under the guidance of the man who had gone to Israel, collected the money, even got incentives. Can Mr. Faki Muhammad tell Africa how much was he paid? What was he paid? What incentives did he get for him to bring Israel to this organization? And therefore, when the plate was hot, then he turns around to embarrass them. Hello? Hello? Any signal of good strength outside there? Yes, give me the strength signal. How much was he paid? Was he paid any money? Why did he allow Israel, then embarrass Israel? Why didn't he tell them, don't come? Let's sort your problems when you come. It means they had paid their money. Hello? Hello? Africa, if we don't talk like a Nyerere, we are dead. Most of you can see my voice, feel my voice, you hear my voice. It is similar to Nyerere. Go and put Nyerere's voice and put Matanga's voice. Leaders are of that voice. They don't speak good English like Obama, who left us with nothing, only good speeches and a good oratory and a good voice. I am calling upon you Africans who are listening to me today. There is a very big problem in the African Union. It has been captured, Niwagama. It has been taken by external forces. There is abuse of office. There is corruption. 4 years ago, I did a report. 3 years ago, I did a report of corruption of sex for jobs. There was a chief of staff in the office of Mr. Muhammad Faki who would tell women to come for sex in hotels in Ethiopia and elsewhere before he employs them. And inside the whistleblower said, hello, you better help us. I wrote a report. Get your pen and you can see those reports on production team in Nairobi. Write it up here for them to know. Look at those intelligence reports, 4 of them, until the African Union Commission accepted that they had been corruption, sex for work, sex for a job. If you want a job and you're a woman in African Union, you first of all pay homage in a Radisson Blue Hotel before you are given that job. Several women came out and protested and asked me and asked other people, investigative journalists, to speak up on their behalf. I am happy today that African Union conceded and said indeed there was sex for jobs or jobs for sex in African Union. How foolish can an organization, when we have too many problems, that we can go on doing the things that we did yesterday? You call Israel, then you harass them, you have called them. Why did we call them in the first place? We should have consulted the rest of Africa whether they want to be there or not. Why do you embarrass them? The Israelis were very concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, I now open the floor. I now surrender the mic. The topic is very clear. This organization has embarrassed us. There was nothing discussed on Biafra, nothing discussed on Libya, nothing discussed on Somalia conclusively, nothing discussed on Congo conclusively, nothing discussed on Central Africa conclusively. Even the agenda that they had proposed on Thursday collapsed because countries could not come to a consensus. What is your view of this African Union? Ladies and gentlemen, take the floor. Taking the floor first is Paul Ezemi. Tell us where you are calling from, who you are, which country you are in, and then go ahead. Enjoy the platform. I give you 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Ezemi. I live in the United States. I'm a Biafran. All protocol observed. Dr. Matanga, I thank you for the privilege to allow me to speak. Somebody said here, in regards to the AU, that evicted the Israeli diplomat. That is wrong. And it's not only them that are there. But the question is this. Why are they allowing all these foreign diplomats to be there in their midst? Because when the EU do their thing, we don't send any observer. We Africans don't send any observer there to observe whatever thing they are doing. Why is it that every time Africans are doing something, they are there, all these foreign observers, to spearhead the whole thing? That is wrong. Okay, because of the dangerous diversity we are talking about. That's why you see them, the AU doesn't say anything about the problems of Africa, like the one in Cameroon, the one in Mali, the one in Biafra per se. Even after them observe a minute silence, 2017, for Buhari's death, they did not say anything. They covered it. It's because they are corrupt. So the question now should be, how do we kick them out of that place? That should be the most important thing. And also, because these people are bankrolling them, how do they get their money? Is these foreign interests are the people that are bankrolling them? That's why you see the chairman, he could not say anything. This is a question, they have collapsed Africa already. That's why you see all this conflict, all these things going on. They will not say anything. Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped in Kenya, extraordinarily indicted to Nigeria. They have not said anything about it. So they just keep quiet. Our people are dying. So, and also another thing is religion. You know, based on the first speaker, the person that spoke before me, before you, Dr. Matanga, he said that Israelis, because of their interest or wherever they go, that's the reason why, some Arab countries are not interested in what is going on. They want the Israeli diplomat to be kicked out. So when you go on that scenario, you see that it's Arab world that are controlling the AU. That's why all the problem in Africa, in the Christian part of Africa, they are not saying anything about it. Like in instance, Cameroon is a Christian country, the Ambazonians. That's why you did say they have not mentioned anything about it in their summit. That's why you see Biafra. They have not mentioned anything about it over there. He's saying about Israel submitting giving them ammunition in Biafra per se. Turkey government, Arabic government are the one sponsoring Nigerian government, giving them ammunition to kill Biafrans. So it's because of the religion. And who are the people in that AU? Muslim. Any Christian there, if you see any Christian there, it can be 1%. So all these things needs to be balanced. Once all this thing is balanced, you will see the fruitful result that will come up there. As long as it's one religion that is taking care of the everything all over representing Africa, nothing will change. A lot of people will be keep on oppressed because of their decision, because anything they do will be to defend their religion. So this is a problem. Because of this dangerous diversity, that's the reason why we should, go on our ethnic lines and let people go and develop in their own pace, so that if anybody is coming to their land, they know who the person are. That's why you see all this chaos going on. Some people are being bribed to be able to get all these foreigners in to invade the land. So this is something we have to pay attention to get all these problems solved. But as for AU, all of them are corrupt from A to Z. I thank you for the privilege.
Thank you very much, Paul. Paul Nzemi, I have been crying for so many years to change this AU, to change the charter, to bring in some sanity in the charter. Why should we wait until we're embarrassed like last night? Why should we wait and see security howling diplomats? After you have gone there to Israel, you have gone to Tel Aviv, you have gone to meet the ambassadors, you have met them there, and then you come to harass them here. Did our chairperson, Mohammed Faki, Dr. Mohammed Faki, Musa Faki, did he go to it? Did he invite these people? A few months ago, we had Israel embassy officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs traversing the whole of Africa. Whoever joins, please mute you can mute your phone. And he visited, the delegation visited African Union headquarters. After that time, they announced that they have now agreed to open up status of observer status. South Africa and other countries started. Ram, please, if you are making noise, I'll remove you from the speaker's box. Be disciplined, please. Mr. Ramington, still, please. Any more noise, I don't want to do what I'm supposed to do. So these are some of the things that have shaken us as Africans who pay taxes for the existence of African Union. Yesterday, this was done in entire world. Entire world was watching. So, ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker is Mr. Tris Deus. Tell us where you are from so that we know we have your portfolio.
Hello.
Hello, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Kuto Kove. I am South African. I live in South Africa, born and raised in South Africa. I work in marketing and I just joined the space. I thought it was an interesting topic and I've been listening very keenly to what you've been saying and the rest of the panel. I hope my speech is very clear.
Okay. So you want to continue listening a bit?
I mean, I do have some comments to say based off of what's already been spoken about on the panel. And specifically your words. I think based for me, honestly, being a South African and being well above the AU, The only problem with the AU is that I think they're very obsolete. I don't think they actually serve any purpose on the African continent. I think they're just there to show face. I think the organization is depleted. It has been ruined by corruption. There's no leadership. Our leaders in Africa are very corrupt. They're only looking out for themselves. And the AU is a good example of that. I remember the last time I heard about the AU, the CIC, or standing president of the EFF, Julius Malema, went there as part of the delegation from South Africa. And he basically went up and said, well, you guys are useless. We were here the whole time. We've not spoken about any intrinsic issues affecting the continent. We've not made any major strides to try and combat, alleviating poverty, stopping wars, all these different kind of things, improving trade amongst our countries. I think politicians, people are part of the AU, are very obsolete. Like their role in our continent it's not there. It's non-existent. That's all I have to say. And in terms of the actual topic about the Israeli diplomats who are thrown out, my first question is, why are there Israeli diplomats standing in an African AU delegation meeting? Our plight as African people does not affect them. Our issues do not affect them. They shouldn't have a say in what we do as Africans. And this is a major problem that we have in Africa, where we've got European powers, foreign powers coming into the fray and telling us how to do and how to run our country, our continent, because they benefit the most from us. They benefit from our natural resources. They benefit from our idiocy. They benefit from our corruption, because that's how they want us to be. They want us to be in dismay. They don't want us to be organized. They don't want us to be united, because that works for them. They benefit the most from that. All the European countries, every country in the world, China, France, Asian, USA, you name them, they all benefit from how dismal our leadership is in Africa. That's a fact. So I do not understand why they were there. I'm sure they could have been taken out in a much more, humane, much more, respectable manner. But I don't understand why they were there.
Why
Number
they were
one.
there? Can I come in and tell you why they were there? They were there.
Yes, go ahead.
In the first place, I want to tell you, thank you very much, my brother from South Africa, that it is South Africa that led the motion on the floor to evict the Israel diplomacy and embassy diplomats who had come in African Union. South Africa and Algeria led the way, and they said they have not been accredited. The whole of Africa has not agreed whether they should be here, they should leave. So, as South African, being a member of a place which liberated itself, there were a lot of grievances, of course, with Israel and the arms that you got to liberate yourselves. So we don't know, but South Africa came in, seconded by Botswana, Lesotho, and Algeria. They led the onslaught. Can I now ask, because Israel holds the diamonds, all the diamonds in De Beers and other companies.
Yes.
Israel is the owner. And of late, there has been some problem with diamonds. Somebody wanting to take back 50%. Have you had something like that in South Africa?
In South Africa, so far, I've heard that one of the largest mining companies in the world, they're called De Beers, which you just mentioned. They currently are operating in Botswana, which is one of the largest producers of diamonds on the continent. and De Beers has a stake in that country, in the diamond industry in their country. So now what they're trying to do is they're supposedly trying to nationalize their mining of diamonds. So Botswana wants to have a 50% stake, and rather than having a 25% stake like they used to have in the past. So they're trying to change that policy now with De Beers. So De Beers will only own 50% and the government will own 50%. So that's what they're currently working on changing right now. From my own sort of what's the word, research. That's what's currently happening with Botswana with that situation.
Can I help you there that because De Beers is linked to Tel Aviv and
yes,
the headquarters of all minerals that all diamonds, if you want to sell them, they are sold in Antwerp in Belgium, but controlled in Tel Aviv by the Israel companies.
Yes.
So could it be? And I saw this. I saw President Ramaphosa was very mad, very upset when he heard that Israel had been actually allowed to be its own status, on observer status. But let me put a question here, and I will allow you to come back to it.
Yes.
Let me put a question to you. This is the question. Why all of you? This is the question. What about if we kicked all of them out? This is our organization. Paul has just said, African Union is our organization. Why do we have all of them together with us? Why do they come? Why do we allow some and we don't allow the other? All of them will come. Everybody will come. Isn't it the behavior, the way we have set ourselves as African Union, that now we are finding headwinds very dangerous, that all groups would like to represent themselves in our union because we run to them for help. Next month, all African heads of state will be wearing suits to go to Germany to meet some businessmen in pubs. You know, local people who drink Malwa, they drink beer there. You know, that our president on African continent wears a suit to go and meet them. Yet we have a headquarters of African Union where these businessmen should get their tickets and come to us. You get the point? Now, my point is, why do we have because these guys in the Middle East don't see eye to eye. I am reasoning here, and get me right. I want to balance the argument of this platform. The Palestinians and the Israelis have been fighting since 1947, when I was not even born. Because I was born in 1955, when the war had already started. Their fight had been engaged. It was there. The blood was flowing in Palestine. Everybody was killing the other. Terrorists were forming groups. Hijack. Another gentleman here talked about a hijack of Israelis being killed, killing people at Entebbe airport. The terrorists hijacked a plane and took it to Kampala. If you are a student and a younger man who was not born and you hear history, it's better to come to such a platform to listen to how the plane ended up in Kampala. That is the point. That is the point that we look at, and that's the point we are looking at. Can we chase all of them, then remain on our own, change African Union, have our own money, make our own money, tax ourselves, and we pay something to African Union in the form of the tax we collect, so that we don't beg. We are beggars. Yet we have minerals, which these guys don't have. Let me bring in Manzi. And then Ashaba, Alfonso, get ready. Then TK, get ready. Then Sin Wesonga, get ready. Then I can see Panda, get ready. I want, before you start, Panda from Zimbabwe, get ready. My brother Kennedy, I want to welcome you to the platform. Thank you for coming to listen. This is a very interesting subject. There was another way of doing things. We could have done it better. How did these guys arrive there first? Who invited them? Who collected their money? Who took their incentive? Who collected their dollars? And then they allowed them to come, then embarrass them here. You know, Israelis don't take it lying. And Mr. Muhammad Faki, I warned you that you have touched the hands of some angels like Masanga. You hate him. You don't want me to come to that organization because I told you the other year you were having corruption cases of sex for jobs. You were asking younger ladies to come and give their bodies in order to give them jobs. And I caught you. I published this report. I gave it to Kagame. You are demeted. You are demeted. I'm not telling lies. The report is on AU website. When AU accepted that there was corruption of sex for jobs, asking our younger girls to go in hotels for a rehearsal before they are given jobs. Okay? I investigated it fully and published it. It is on my website. You can read it and let somebody from the office in Nairobi write that website for people to collect these intelligence reports. So we have been excusing Mr. Muhammad Faki for a long time. So many mistakes he has made on African Union. So many things have happened. So a lot of money has disappeared. Where is the money for the African Court of Justice? Where is the money that Mugabe gave $1 million? Who can account? They let Mugabe give $1 million in cash. He carried it and gave African Union. And told them, please, don't start begging. Use this money. Zimbabwe was suffering. Zimbabwe has no money, no fuel. Are we not going to, should we keep quiet because some men with suits harass us and tell us to keep quiet? You tell me, I should be a stupid African who went to school only to be told, shut up. I'm not going to shut up. And the more he stays there, the more problems he's going to get. Nowadays, he has touched the Israelis. He has to return their money. We have been looking for people to get him his God. Why was he quiet? A whole chairperson sat in the chair. And all presidents of Africa, some of them who deal with Israel, were quiet. Wandera, they were quiet. And then when I wrote a letter, my statement is when some of them started calling me. At least I thank President Museveni, who said he was not going to go to this SLE meeting, where people tell lies. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Thank you. I think that spirit of Pan-Africanism, we are growing together. We are going to grow and recapture this organization. I'm telling you, we shall get it back. You cannot go there. The chairman who invited these Israelis is watching them being embarrassed. More so is not a man you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing a woman. A woman. A woman, you saw how that woman was embarrassed. They will not forget. Israelis don't forget easily. So Muhammad Faki, I'm telling you, if you have taken their money, return it quietly. Because they must have given you an incentive to allow them fast in the first place. Why did you call them? Why did you give them badges to enter that area? That area is only for badges and for badge holders. I've been in this AU summit. So let me hear from Brother Manzi. What is your view? And by the way, before you go, Wandera, my brothers, journalists who are here, there was nothing talked about terrorism, about the war in Nigeria, the elections of Nigeria, where they will be free and fair. Nothing about Cameroon, Amazonia, zero. Congo was just brushing. People were again smiling at each other. Some did not even appear. Eh? And I believe Qatar was there with their long, dresses. That's another country with bad human rights record, stinks. Then it comes to Africa to lecture to us that it wants to do peace process. Come on. Come on. Come on. Mazi. Manzi. Have Ashaba, please. Manzi is still very far. Mr. Ashaba. Ashaba Alfonso.
Thank you.
This must.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masanga.
You should be Portuguese, are you?
Yeah, not really. I'm from Uganda, Kampala.
And how did you get Alfonso? Oh, Alfonso.
Yeah, Alfonso.
Ndolo. Are you Ndolo's Chief Justice? My friend, the Chief Justice of Uganda?
We happen to have the same name.
We used the same name. We went together to look for Konyi in the forest with Ndolo. Now he's the Chief Justice. Things change. I am still on tarmac. Thank you very much. Wandera,
thank you so much,
you can
Doctor.
see the suffering I go through in Africa. Thank you very much. Take it, Mr. Ashaba Alfonso.
Yes, now I'm live from Kampala. Now, something I would like to understand, Doctor. This topic has been it's good, and I've been trying to ponder on it and listening to all the speakers that have been talking. And I feel, at times you listen and feel infuriated, and you feel like at times, what can you do for sure? For example, our African leaders are becoming beggars. If you happen to look at it in that sense, for example, African people yearning for change, you find that they want change in their respective countries, and they get frustrated to an extent of going to the Western world to plead for them to come to their aid, to help them. And this is all because the greed, the corruption, and I think for these African leaders, most of them hate their own nations. Because sincerely, if someone loves his country, you can't continue doing this kind of, I'm sorry, the language could be very harsh, but let me call it nonsense. They are doing, forcing the young people that, or even the people that are hoping for change, trying to work for change, they end up running to the Western world. Now, my point here is, if these people are running to the Western world, does it mean that these people they are running to, these whites, they're from the Western countries, are they the one having the best intentions of Africa? Does it mean that if we are running to this Western world to come and help us of our greedy leaders, does it mean that if these people are coming to help us, do they have the interests of Africa? They are going to help us solve our problems? Or they are just going to continue enabling us to indulge and actually go deeper into the problems that we can never even come out? It really puzzles my mind to an extent that as we are trying to seek help from this Western world, that's their joy, that at least now we can find a way of suppressing you. And even we are still actually trying to be in the colonial rule that we are now, we are saying that we came out. At times I think we are still in that colonial rule that we think that we are liberated. Yet I don't think that we are liberated. Now, when you look at, for example, the topic now we are talking about for the African leaders, the AU, summit being involved with these other people, you know, as Doctor, you have been saying that should we let them out, all of them, instead of allowing the few and putting out the others not to come in? Yes, I think we should maybe leave them, all of them, we should put them out. Because the moment we are bringing into them, we are saying we cannot resolve our own issues. Our own leaders are becoming a problem to our own people, you get? And that will be the joy of your suppressor. So, as Africans, as a one voice, is there a way we can at least maybe come up, maybe liberate ourselves? Because the leaders were entrusting power, the leaders we are running to, our leaders, they are just selling us out. You know, I'm just frustrated about that kind of issue, and I don't know, Doctor, what do you think? That could be my submission.
Thank you very much, yes, my brother from Uganda, and from the accent, I can believe you are from my district. So I can tell from the accent, because I studied morphology as part of my part of my studies on the last end of my studies. You must be coming from Bugisu, where I come from, because that accent can only be from my place. I want to tell you, frankly, you have made a point to say, if we are to welcome all, we better welcome all. Otherwise, these guys are exporting their violence on our organization. Our organization is peaceful. They are bringing their differences. Palestinians say, and in fact, if you look at the way the speeches were being read, they acknowledged the Palestinians. You listen, they acknowledge the Palestinian Prime Minister. They acknowledge the Now you are bringing problems here. We already have a problem of a building that was built by China. And America is looking at us with very bad eyes. If you go in Addis Ababa, if there is the most tapped area of intelligence for Western Hemisphere and Eastern Hemisphere is Addis Ababa. The Germans are very near our building. Another group, French, are there. This one is there. Listen to that. Listen to this. Look at this. How long can we tolerate this type of nonsense? How long?
For sure.
Now, so the problem here is, if we allow one, the other one will come. If we don't want them, let's all close them out. But the point here is this. Israel arrived, surely, from last week. Wasn't Israel there? Did the chairman not know that Israel was coming? Why didn't he tell Israel? Because people are not happy, don't come into the hall. What has pained me is the type of embarrassment in the hall of these Askaris. Ethiopian Askaris should change their behavior. Because it is not only, they behave so badly as if going inside is like going to heaven. They treat journalists so badly. They treat journalists so badly. They treat everybody. You have a card and you want to go inside. The other time they even harassed President Museveni. In fact, I had to come in and say, what is going on here? We all have cards. They can even beat it. Your president can be beaten at the door because of going inside, because of these Askaris. Something must change in AU. We must change this organization. We must change the organization. Ashaba, you are talking of people begging. This man has not brought any new idea to the African Union. We could be having our own sovereign bond. African Union could have a sovereign bond, Wandera. It could have a sovereign bond to sell, to get money. We could, each country would
What
pay
happened?
a fee, and we have a sovereign bond,
Doc-
which we can sell
Doctor,
and hold elections without asking for these people's money. But
Doctor, what happened to the last person who tried doing that?
the what?
What happened to the last person who did that? Muammar Gaddafi, they killed.
Yeah, it is true. I'm going to allow you to speak, my brother.
But doctor, should we be scared of death over the expense of our own people?
Okay.
It's like what Ashari said, doctor.
Ashaba,
You know,
are you
he's
the one
saying-
speaking?
No, I'm not the one.
Okay, then
Ashaba
hold
was
on.
quiet.
Have
I
the
think
order.
they-
This topic is very emotive. Everybody will speak. There's time. Today is their time, Savannah. In your country, here is very cold. We are drinking coffee where I am in London. But Miriam and others are drinking tea across in Nairobi. I'm going to change the format by bringing in a lady. Miriam, get ready. And before I do that, TK, Ashaba, hold the mic and
Yes.
switch on your phone and wait. Let's bring in TK. Then after TK, Manzi, are you still in the race? Are you still in the race? Then we bring in Sin Wesonga. Oh, not Sin, Sean. I'm sorry, Sean Wesonga. I'm sorry. Oh my God, I studied J.A. Bright is letting me down. Sean Wesonga. Then we have some people who are still wanting to speak. We shall bring you in. Make your point and go back. Make your point and rest. Mr. TK, my brother, is it a bit painful?
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Mutsanga. It's painful. Good afternoon. It's afternoon in South Africa. That's where I'm calling from. You see, Dr. Mutsanga, the problem one is this. In Africa, you don't have leaders. You have dealers and you've got beggars. This is where or the root of our problem lies right there. Before I come to the topic now, why is it that in 2023 the barrels of oil and the reserves in Nigeria are still controlled by Shell and other British companies, whereas Nigeria received or gained its independence in 1962? Why haven't they followed the same route that Norway did when they discovered oil within their shores, and they formulated a state-owned entity called Statoil, which then meant that every other oil company that comes and mines oil in the coast of Norway must be 51% owned by Statoil, and then that company can own 49%. In so doing, that has developed Norway to the point that it is today. Why hasn't Nigeria came with that? Why hasn't Congo done that? Why hasn't all the African countries? Let me just put it that way. Why are our resources still owned by these Westerners till this day? You get to a point where you have an African Union. It's bordered within the African region, but you've got other countries that are coming in these gatherings, and they are sitting in, and they are allowed. Some are called observers, like they did with Israel. I was very happy when that thing happened, Dr. Mutsang. I'm not one of the beggars. I don't leak or beg some of these countries because I don't need anything from them. We are Africa. We've got all the resources here. We can trade amongst each other as Africans. We need to start industrializing this continent and processing our minerals within Africa and export them as final product rather than taking them as mineral resources as they are, because the Western countries economies are standing on the back of the African minerals. If you stop the exportation of what you call of platinum, the production of cars in Germany will reduce drastically, so because they need that as a catalytic converter. Then we start telling them that we are processing this thing within Africa and they can buy it as a final product. Until we start doing that, and we're gonna continue being this continent of poverty that is poverty stricken, whereas we are the richest continent in terms of mineral resources in the world. So we need to stop this, Dr. Abbas, this mentality of us. I must agree with Padare as he was cutting in there. We're saying that we should not be scared of death because they killed Gaddafi. Now we are saying that we must allow them to do as they please in this continent because we are scared of dying. It can't be. We can't be a generation of cowards. Tres, I believe that it was you who was suggesting that because they killed Gaddafi, then what must we do? We can't be a generation of cowards. We must take this thing head on. Africa must return to Africans. Dr. Abbas, you can't have this thing, man, where you have it. You were right, Dr. Abbas.
It was Mr. Ashaba from Uganda who suggested me. I'm not a coward. Me, it is Mr. Ashaba, someone who suggested they will kill us. No, I am not a coward. If you look at my letter that I wrote and I predicted this mess to President Museveni when the war had just begun in Libya, I said, let's go and rescue Gaddafi. And I want to thank President Museveni. He was in a plane all the way to Mali, Bamako. And that plane was stopped by a man called Jean Ping. Mr. Dr. Jean Ping, you people who should know history, and the younger generation here, is a French DSG agent. He works for the French intelligence. He was the Secretary General in the African Union. He stopped a plane in Bamako which was going to remove Gaddafi to safety. 5 presidents, including the Kenyan Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was by then Moses Wetangula. And while they were in Bamako, a coup took place in Bamako. You remember the minister writing, begging for mercy. Kennedy, these are things that you people, younger generation, Kennedy, you journalists, no, you should tell the world. They delayed that bomb, that plane, not to pick Gaddafi, to get him out. And that plane had been hired by AU to take Gaddafi out to allow a peaceful negotiation. Why did we kill a whole country? Why did we destroy Libya? Why, surely? And Sarkozy, who stole the money, went and used the money in Paris to do elections. Now, Mr. Sarkozy has been indicted by the French court, sentenced. His sentencing is coming next month. Now, why don't we also issue a warrant when he steps anywhere in Africa for a trip? We catch him. We have to catch these guys like a small rats. When he's in Africa, we give them high platform. Look at the way we give Tony Blair high platform. When he ordered the killing of people in Baghdad. And then later on he said, I used the doctored document. How do you use fake document to go and kill people? Isn't it genocide?
Don't forget to mention Obama in the same statement.
Yes, let's go on. We are Obama left Kenyans with a swimming pool and a gym. That's it. That's what Obama did for us in Africa. You show me one school Obama built. Useless. He only left us with good English and a gym in Siaya in Kenya. With the sister telling us gonya gonya, gonya gonya. You know the word gonya gonya? Wandera on your platform, gonya gonya was, people didn't know what gonya gonya means. Bega, mupa kadogo, give me small, gonya gonya. So these are some of the realities that must sink. You as Africans, you as the younger generation, you must stand up against such injustices. If we are sentencing Sarkozy in France, why don't we, as Africans, also sentence Sarkozy in the African Court of Justice? I now call upon Miriam. I don't know whether you are on, then Wesonga, then the next person to speak was Harim Tambi. I believe this is my Ugandan brother Ntambi. That I have,
Yes,
I have pronounced it very nicely in Tam, Harim Tambi. I studied Luganda and I can write Luganda very well. Sekanyolia,
Okay.
Namungona, all those which some people
Thank
cannot pronounce. Like President Museveni cannot pronounce them properly, but I do. I am from the territory where you conquered in the Bugisu. The Kakunguru came to our country, our district, and conquered us in Mount Elgon. So we speak good Luganda. Let's have Miriam, the lady, giving us some change. Let's hear the lady's voice. Was it good? Why didn't we do it diplomatically, surely? We embarrassed ourselves.
Right, Doc, thank you so much, and everybody else who've been able to put their opinion across, and I've been listening very keenly. But first, I'd like to read a statement from the AU Chair's spokesperson by the name Eba Kalondo. So this is what she tweeted. False. Israel's status as an observer status is under review by a committee of heads of state as per an assembly decision. Until such a time, resist the urge to speculate. And then another tweet, on the contrary, the AU neither authorized nor invited the individual in question who was duly ejected to attend the opening of our summit. The state of Israel's status of the AU is currently under review by a committee of heads of state. This incident will be taken into account. Apparently from Musa Faki's office, they're saying Israel was not really invited to this meeting, and so as the its membership is still under review based on the controversy its readmission really caused in the continent and in the African Union. And Doc, when you were starting to speak on this matter, I think you highlighted other important issues that should have been discussed at the African Union Summit. And it is sad. Last year, the summit, all that dominated that summit was, I think, Ukraine, Russia invasion to Ukraine. So African issues were put on the side. This year again, we are back with unnecessary drama. And I think countries like South Africa are being very hypocritical. You can't say you don't want Israel to have a status as an observer in the African Union because of how it is treating Palestine, but you don't have a problem having a bilateral relationship with Israel because Israel has an embassy in South Africa and South Africa has an embassy in Israel. So you have to pick and choose. If truly you believe what Israel is doing to Palestine is wrong, then you should not be having any kind of diplomatic relations with Israel. So for you to have Israel's embassy in your country and you're having a bilateral relationship with Israel, but you have a problem with admitting Israel as an observer in African Union, I think that is hypocritical. And that kind of nonsense, I think, is what we need to call out in this continent. It has to stop. If that is what you believe, then it should, and also countries like UK has also occupied the Chagos Island. Why do we have UK having an observer status? It has occupied that island. The ICJ ruled on that, but we don't have a problem associating and allowing the UK. So I think we are confused in this African Union, and we keep chasing on issues and agendas that really don't concern us and have no way of helping us and moving us forward as a continent. So we are lost in these sideshows, and at the end of the day, our leaders went to Addis Ababa. I don't know what they came out with there. They wasted our resources. They wasted their time. They could have used their time, in their countries to do other better things. Instead, they're there, engaging in sideshows and things really that bring us a lot of, So what was that? Even if the lady was not invited to that summit, there was a proper way of engaging. We must stop acting as if we still live in the bush ages. We are civilized people in this continent, and even with that, there are better procedures to be used in terms of diplomacy. To engage and to interact with a person, even when you don't agree with them, and their presence in the African Union. So I think that was very shameful, and that was really unnecessary. But the rest of these countries that have a problem with Israel being in the gaining that status, I think they should stop being hypocritical. If they really have a problem with that, let them sever the bilateral ties they have with Israel and show their full support towards Palestine. And here's another problem, really. Israel right now is trying to mend its relations even with other Arab countries, and it is really making headways. We've seen certain countries that had severe ties over the same issue, because we live in a world that is based on cooperation. That is inevitable. We need each other. And so they're realizing that not having a relationship is not best for their countries. So they realize they need the expertise and whatever Israel has to offer. And Israel recognizes that it needs the expertise, for instance, that the UAE and Dubai and other things that they have to offer. The world is like that. So we have to engage. And if you disagree, then it has to be based on principles. So if these countries that are now rebuilding their relationships with Israel, we are stuck here fighting over things that really have no benefit for us, then we've lost it. Can we talk about things that actually could bring change in the African Union? Can we discuss things that actually affect us in this continent? So African Union is a problem. African Union is a problem, and I think for me it's just the hypocrisy of these countries that I'm really fed up with. They should just decide: do you want to work with Israel or not? And if you have a problem with Israel, close all your embassies from Tel Aviv, and then we will respect your decision. But if you still have that relationship, but you want to come here and give us sideshows, come on, get your act together and choose your battle and choose where you stand. That way you get to be respected. That's all I have to say about this. But this is not our war. We have other important things to deal with in this continent. So I wish would focus on the conflicts, would focus on making sure our people are food secure. I wish African Union would focus more on peace and security across Africa. Those are the things that we want them to discuss, not another country. And it has over 90 observers there in African Union. So I don't know. But that is my, my contribution this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Do you know ladies and gentlemen, Miriam, thank you very much for highlighting, bringing out hypocrisy that killed Jesus. You know, that people who killed Pharisees don't speak like a Pharisees. Speak like a Matanga. Straight. Break it. Hit it. Let them hate you. But one day they will remember. Don't we remember the words of Nyerere? Don't we remember the words of Gabriel Nasa? Don't we remember the words of Sekou Patrice Lumumba? Kwame Nkrumah? When he was telling Patrice Lumumba that leave lying dogs sleep. Don't tackle them. Concentrate on Congo. Don't we remember those words? Amir Kabura, don't we remember his words? He was only killed, assassinated because he needed independence. But Africa, we don't learn. That's the problem we have. Nothing that came out in this conference that will make an African even account for the tax and the money they use to go there. Let's be very honest. Now, have you seen how some people who did not do English language, at least for me, my English language was J.A. Bright. And I'm sure there are some students here who know what J.A. Bright is. I didn't do Ogundipe. I did my J.A. Bright in 1968 when I joined J2, going to senior 1 in 1971, senior secondary school. So the English that Mr. Muhammad Faki's office has written is stupid, nonsense. It has nothing, no meaning. On one side, you are saying their application is under consideration. As a lawyer, I'm reasoning now that their application is under consideration. Then how did you give them the badges to reach that stage? Hello? Hello? Wandera, please hold a summit on this. Hold another space for this, Wandera. How did they get the badges? To get a badge to enter African Union, that checkpoint, you must have a badge. You must have a sticker, something saying you are either. I have been going to the AU as a special guest of the African Union for over 20 years, a special guest, because I'm treated as a person, a Pan-African who knows something about Africa, who can tell the 54 countries. I can recite right now without looking at any Google all the cities of Africa without looking in a map. This is Dr. Matanga you see here. Ask me any country. Even if I close my eyes, I'll recite all the cities of each country in Africa, in AU. I'll tell you which country, the capital city. Even if you ask me the capital city and say which country it is, I will say, Dr. Muhammad Faki should not tell us a lie. He accredited these people. Wandera, you can't enter that hall without accreditation card. Isn't that true? Even if you are not speaking, just say yes. You know, you can't enter that hall without accreditation card. These people were not refused outside the gate. These people were in the hall. Why did they allow them to enter the hall, then embarrass them? Then he says it is under, they were not supposed to be there. It is under consideration. Why do you wait for us to make noise? Then you put the matter public. This matter has been going on medium for many months. Israel made an application and the man first tried to give them accreditation without consulting until Ramaphosa and Botswana and other countries made noise. Then he rescinded that letter. I have the letters. My intelligence inside the hall, my intelligence inside Muhammad Faki's chair, office itself has given me a copy of the letter, which I'm going to pin here. This man is a liar.
So are we saying Botswana and South Africa took a war to the EU for African Union to fight their wars? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is.
Who is that?
Doctor?
Panda, yes. Botswana and South Africa were the people. Botswana, South Africa, Lesotho, Algeria are the ones who put up their hands. And South Africa led the way to say the delegation of Israel must leave. So the delegation was already seated. Can you hear that, Panda? The delegation was already seated.
Yes, I did hear it. And that is my argument, which I was going to bring here.
So
that South Africa and Botswana actually, put us into this mess, and yet they know the fight. Yes, they want the 50% from TPS, but they should have not done this way. They should have started a long time ago in talking of the 50%.
So they have taken,
and then they go and attack Israel in front of the AU.
Yes, they have taken this fight, Panda. My brother Panda, they have taken this fight to the floor of AU. I am not Me, I'm not in favor of one group being there. I want all of them to stand aside. But can I tell you what happens? Do you know that when you go there, you pay money? Did you know that? You pay if you are not contributing to African Union. You are not given that status. So maybe Dr.
Because
Muhammad
these
Faki,
people had security clearance. They had security clearance from the intelligence that is coming. They would have not sat there only to embarrass them. Why did they clear them? Why did they have to wait for them to get there?
yes, anybody who has gone to African Union Summit will know that Ethiopian intelligence first clears you before you can get that card. It is even easier to sleep in a hotel than to go and try to get that card. So how did they get the card? To enter inside. So that explanation from the Muhammad's office is wrong. I will answer it back on behalf of millions of Africans who don't know what is happening there. And I'm going to answer it very deadly, very hard-hitting, exposing the sex scandals, sex for job, where this man asks, they were asking women to go to sleep in the hotel before they give them jobs. What an organization is this? Surely, our girls come, read, have masters and a doctorate. You ask them to go to the hotel first? No. No. The next speaker is Sean. Then we have Panda. Then we have this gentleman, Harim Ntambi. Let me say it in Luganda nicely so that you don't charge me. Harim Ntambi. Then we have NKW. Then we follow by Commander Safi of M23. I can see you here. I hope you have brought me very good news. I sent you on Friday to go and tell your commanders to start talking, or else the real commander, I'm coming for them. I want to talk to them myself. I've volunteered to go to that field. I'm a soldier. I'm not going to speak on this platform more than that. I hope you have brought me good news, Safi. If there's no good news and you are not on table, you are killing people there. People are dying there. I'm the original commander here. I've been to the bush before when you are not born. So don't kill people. Don't. We are coming. And if I am told they want to see me myself, I will come to persuade them to get out and talk. Hold the ceasefire. Where? Don't kill people. This Congo, we can take the diamonds, all of us, and share. There's no need of killing a Congolese because he's a Tutsi. There's no need. No. Africa, we must talk. No. Shoni Wesonga.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matsanga David, and good afternoon to all the participants of this particular afternoon show. From where I sit, Dr. Matsanga, it is with great disgust and great, surprise that the AU had to behave in such a manner in a platform where the whole world is able to see the kind of barbarism and the kind of backwardness by which they handled the representative of the Israeli government in Addis Ababa. And when I look at the AU, there is a saying, there is an African saying in Swahili that says that a fish begins to rot from the head. And when you look at the leadership of the African Union, Dr. Matsanga, there's nothing to smile about. When you look at Musa Muhammad Faki, the way he has been running the AU is actually a way that actually shows that we have deficiency in leadership of the AU. And today, if we have such a misunderstanding about the status of the Israeli government in the center of the African Union, it actually goes a long way to confirm that AU has for the longest time been used as a conduit and a platform to solicit money and other favors by the leadership of the AU. AU. And a wise man once said that he who stands for nothing falls for anything. And that is what the AU is all about. It doesn't stand for anything. The AU has never stood for the African people. The AU has never come through for the African people. The African people are on their own when it comes to their agenda. And therefore, to me, I don't think the AU is a vibrant body that can actually even speak about our cause as the African people. This is a moribund organization only used to benefit those who are the helm of the organization, like Musa Muhammad Faki and his cronies. And therefore, Dr. Matsanga, I think as a people, we should have a resolve to take over the African Union and make it a useful organization that will be able to serve the interest of the African people. But as we speak at the moment, when you see the kind of confusion, even from the Botswana government and South African government on how to handle this matter, it shows you that as a people, we have not been speaking with one voice. And the reason why our voices are disintegrated, on matters that are so important to the continent is because we lack leadership at the helm of the African Union. Because if the AU would be able to give the African continent a proper unilateral direction, we will not be having other states deviating from the position taken by the AU. And today we had such an ugly scenario simply because even at the AU itself, I don't think we had people who had agreed that Israel be given this observer, status in Addis Ababa. And that is why, despite the fact that this lady was allowed entry into the conference room, still she was ejected by people who felt that her presence was not welcome. And that shows you the kind of disorderliness. It shows you the kind of impunity. It shows you the kind of divisions that stand in the middle or at the center of the African Union. And maybe just to put it in the words of Abraham Lincoln, that a house divided upon itself cannot stand. And that is why the AU is in the state that it is, because it is divided. And because AU is divided, it cannot even be able to negotiate for the African people in the international arena. So we continue pumping money into the AU, despite the fact that this is a moribund, this is a dead organization that cannot be able to speak for our people. So to me, Dr. Matsanga, if you were to ask me about the African Union, I will say there is no organization there. We need to actually sit back as a people, think about how we can be able to revamp and overhaul the African Union, to be able to rejuvenate the ideals of Kwame Nkrumah, Ahmed Sekou Toure, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, even Muammar Gaddafi, and be able to give AU the status and the pomposity that it needs to be able to undertake its core mandate of advocating for the key issues of the African continent. Otherwise, if we keep on, moving around and, just leaving it as it is, then we as an African people run the risk of being neglected by the key superpowers and key continents that in matters of integration, security, and economy. Because you cannot have a voice if the people who are supposed to be speaking for the continent actually engage on issues and actually focus on their own selfish interests. The moment we have a conflict of interest in the leadership of the AU, then we have a deficiency in advocation of the interests of the African people.
Thank you.
And therefore, Dr. Matsanga.
Thank you very much, Sean Wesonga, an investigative journalist, a man whom we call Colombo, working for Radio Punchline Africa and Punchline Africa Television in Nairobi. Thank you very much for your analysis. We have a problem on our hands. I want to thank you, Honorable Shamala. I can see you here. Thank you very much, my sister, for coming. For a long time, we used to struggle together to make a better Africa. And I'm happy to see you on the platform to listen to me. Age has caught up with me, but I'm still struggling for a better Africa. until we get some things correct. From the time Dr. Muhammad Faki was elected in that post as the chairperson of African Union, I objected to the whole issue when I discovered a Moroccan lady who was the CEO of Total Oil bribing foreign ministers in Sheraton Hotel in Addis Ababa. I took a photograph, a video of this Moroccan woman paying the minister of Zimbabwe, Dr. Simbarashe Mbebegwe, cash in $50,000. I was not alone. We sat with Walter Muzembe, and this lady came and gave Dr. Simbarashe Mbebegwe $50,000 cash money. And I took a video. I took the matter to President Mugabe, the late. May his soul rest in peace. You know what Mugabe did? The following morning, Panda, you know, he sacked Simbarashe, removed him from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and replaced him with Walter Muzembe. I'm a living soul here, and I can say the truth. Panda, isn't it true what happened? I caught them bribing people to vote for Muhammad Faki. And from that day, ladies and gentlemen on this platform, I, Dr. David Matsanga Manzi, David Nyakorati Matsanga, son of soil, I said until Mr. Muhammad Faki leaves the African Union headquarters, goes back to Chad, where he helped to kill the president, Idris Deby. The rebels came and killed the president of his country, and he has not even told us how the man died. They have not suspended Chad. Jermaine, ladies and gentlemen, is this a man you can allow your organization? Is this the man you can allow your organization? The founding fathers have died, they have gone. But we are the living people. Me, when I meet Nyerere down in heaven, when I meet Obote in heaven, when I meet Jomo Kenyatta in heaven, when I meet Patrice Lumumba in heaven, what will they ask me? What did I do to change Africa? I will be ashamed, and I don't want to be ashamed. I will tell them, I used to tell them that Muhammad Faki is a sellout. He has sold the African Union to France. They have paid him money. And he doesn't do things the way we want. Conflicts in Africa. Look, French-speaking countries, all of them are gone. All of them. Show me one French-speaking country which is alive. Show me. Show me. Anybody come here, tell me which is alive, which one? Show me. I speak with facts. From Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Mali. Look at them. They are gone. Congo, Central African Republic, they are gone. Cameroon, a 90-year-old man who is supposed to be looking after his grandchildren. He's living in Switzerland and ruling a country. The Amazonians have been dying for 6 years, fighting to get independence. Since the war began 6 years ago, we have not effected Resolution 1608 of the United Nations General Assembly, which gave the Amazonian the right to a state. Hallelujah. Here we are saying we're Africans. We are on a plane going to London. I'm an African. African, what do you do? What is your contribution to this continent? Let's have more talk. Mr. Panda from Zimbabwe, how are you?
My good doctor, how are you, my mentor?
Magadia Tiripo.
I'm very conflicted in thought. You know, as a warrior in me, it's saying it was good banditry. At the other hand, I'm saying in terms of diplomacy, perhaps it was not the right place to do it, because they had the time to actually, you know it, in state security and everything. These guys had all the security clearance right from their country into Ethiopia, right to the summit. So there is a lot of sanitization that is done before they actually get to this place. But I'm so conflicted with the way South Africa has handled this, and Botswana actually. If they're at the back end of this, why did they leave it happen in this manner? Yes, Africa has taken it their fight in terms of their resources, but they've never stood up for anybody. Botswana has, in the manner they did. Yes, they can get the 50% for the De Beers, and Israel is the holder of the diamond, most diamond in of the world, as they market it around, and Belgium and Russia and so forth. So perhaps maybe the question is, what is it from here? How is African Union going to be handling issues? Is this going to be a consistent mission that we see that they've kicked the Israelites in there? Are they also going to kick out the Americans and the French? That will be my question to this. Why, if African Union is consistent, then I am happy. I'll be a happy man and a happy warrior in my heart that Africa is rising. But if we are not, then we are just doing it and selective, like what the good co-host said earlier on, that South Africa and Botswana has just used African Union to push their agenda. That is my contribution for now. But I'm asking, why did you leave it too late? Why did you leave too late? This is not, you could have done the battle right from your battlefield in your own homes, pushed Israel out of your countries, push Israel to submit and push the bears to perform, than to go to this place and do it there. I don't think it's a neutral ground for this mission. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga.
Thank you very much, my brother. That is, today you are very precise, like the Rio Shona man. Thank you. You have hit the point and direct to the point, because we have so many speakers lined up. Many want people. This topic is innovative. We were ashamed. And Israel doesn't forget. You don't embarrass an Israeli and you walk free like that. How did you clear them? You cleared Israel. You cleared them to come. I am telling you, to enter Addis Ababa when there is an African summit, 1 year, there is the honorable here. My sister, Honorable Shamala, will tell you, I carried videos to go and defend videos that were the defense of ICC against ICC, because I was going to distribute them to the presidents of African Union. I want to tell you, when I reached Addis Ababa airport, the ambassador by then was Monica Juma of Kenya. They slept, either they switched off the phone or the phone did not work. The plane reached at midnight. I had 2 suitcases of videos against International Criminal Court. My evidence. I was arrested by the intelligence at the airport, and they said, we are returning you to Kenya. Luckily enough, to little known to them, they didn't know that Matsanga and Zenawi were fighters of together in the same office. We worked together, Zenawi, Matsanga, Esaias Efaki, and Dr. Tedros. Same office. The youngest man amongst them was Dr. Tedros. I was amongst their age with Zenawi, and Esaias Efaki was older. So I said, I have the Prime Minister's number. Let me call the PA. At midnight, the intelligence said, no, we can allow you, to go temporarily because the plane has left. But we are not going to allow these suitcases until we get a letter. I rang the director in the Prime Minister's Office of Intelligence. He came. He said, do you know the person you are stopping to come? This man has got not a visa. I am the only one who goes to Ethiopia without a visa. because they exempted me completely. So now we left it there. He's dead. May his soul rest in peace. I don't need a visa to go to Ethiopia. Once they see me at the airport, I enter. They give me stamp my passport and I go. It is there written in their programs. So look, just tapes, video tapes. Shamala, if she was to speak here, she will tell you how he suffered. I suffered with these video tapes defending Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto from going to jail in the ICC. This is me. So how did they allow people? This man says, how did they allow them first to reach there, then they embarrassed them? That is what has annoyed me. They should have quietly told them, you are not yet accredited. Please melt or sit at home in the embassy, enjoy the Ethiopian sunshine and a beer, but don't come near our place. That is how we Africans behave. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The platform is getting hotter and more people want to speak. But I would request those who have spoken before to come down to allow space. Then when I am going to summarize this, I'll call you to come up. I can see Honorable Member of Parliament Owen Cherirwe. It must be Cherirwe, you must be from Mbarara or somewhere there around Western Uganda. You are welcome to the platform. I'll give you a platform to speak. At least President Museveni heard my voice and he did not appear in these things in Ethiopia. Thank you very much. Elida, man calling himself an Elida. How old are you? You can now prepare your speech.
I think it was me. It was my turn, Doctor.
Whose turn? Who is that? Oh, yeah. Ntambi. The Ugandan Ntambi. Ntambi, then Elida. No. Then NKW. Is NKW, have you spoken? No. Ntambi, NKW, Elida, pass.
Are you meaning Kwame Nkrumah or NK?
NK, Kwame Nkrumah, of course, Kwame Nkrumah.
Thank you, Doctor. It's okay. Myself.
Ntambi, hold on. We Ugandans are patient. Let Mr. Ghana, this Ghanaian man, go. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, you have maybe the only man of the land of the upright men here.
Okay, go ahead.
So the name sounds Ghanaian, but I'm originally from Burkina Faso. And my name is Lassan Ouedraogo, and I live in Dublin. And it was with great pleasure to join in this space. Thanks first, Doctor, for this initiative and the opportunity. I think I was just tweeting how proud I was to be part of this first in kind of this type of discussion. And I have learned a lot of what is going on and what had happened, because it's through Natalie Yam that I learned about the Israeli ejection at the summit, which is really shameful. And as many have said it, diplomatically, it was a great failure, and it should be dealt with differently. Even though I'm not a fan of Israel for many things, that shouldn't have happened at the summit. And again, you have nailed it well. The African Union needed reform, needed changes, radical changes. The case of the French or Francophone country that you mentioned is something that is triggering all of us to question the African Union, the whole institution, if it's there for some few people or for the continent. My name, Kwame Nkrumah, is inspired by Kwame Nkrumah legacy and what they have done as founding father of this institution. But one thing I believe, as African, in this 21st century, we need three things: accept to learn, de-learn, and relearn. Learn because life is continual learning space, but de-learn for the wrong history and what has been taught to us that is not really making us proud for who we are and where we are coming from, and relearn for what will be more specifically interesting and related to our cause and expectation, how Africa should be and should stand for. And to not be long, because I just wanted really to praise this initiative and say, as somebody who had a chance to meet some of the leaders that you are speaking about, like Mugabe, Gaddafi, and others, for being one of the founder of the FIPAC, which is the Youth Pan-African Federation movement that had even led a caravan with Gaddafi a few years back. I believed, honestly, our founding fathers, those who fought for freedom and independences in Africa, wherever they are today, like you mentioned it, what they will ask you when you meet them in heaven might be painful for them right now, seeing where Africa is going to. And leaders like Moussa Faki from the African Union need to be denounced, and maybe, if it's possible, to start another campaign of asking him his removal. I remember at what happened with Dr. Arikana in the US 3 years back, when petition was launched, but it didn't produce its effect. But I don't think Moussa Faki is really there for the continent or the institution interest. So all of you who have experience, like you, Dr. David, who has been sharing, inspiring and powerful, evidences and so on, this need to be often spoken about it, because we don't know till we hear somebody like you giving your testimony and your and what had happened and what you know about it. If this space can be more open, either it's weekly or monthly, and this should be promoted for most of us in the diaspora who are just sitting on the fence of the white brainwashing, criticizing our continent and our leaders with no reason, no argument, not even looking at what's happened. The case of Ukraine and Russia that was mentioned is something clear. Everybody knows how the West came together with the US, despite the struggle that African people have been going through, not getting the support that they need, but supporting Ukraine. Yesterday, we had a protest, bigger protest here, because our people have been denied right, accommodation, all the basic means. While if you are Ukrainian, you come to this country, from the airport, you get 200% benefit from our taxes that we've been working paying. And that is across Europe. And an African cannot get the same benefit. And the same people talking about democracy and so on have the right to lecture us or direct our leaders what to do and what to not do, even though it goes against the interests of our people. So I hope Mali, Guinea, and Burkina, where I'm from, I'm sure that you have heard that the three countries are attempting to federate because of the situation, will come up with a beginning of a new approach of how bringing African countries together to stand for our own integrity and our own rights. So well done for this initiative. God bless you all for sharing this powerful, testimony for us. I believe it's their testimony, Dr. David. I never heard about what had happened when Uganda tried to exfiltrate Gaddafi out. But I'm somebody who has been sit in Tripoli 3 times in my life. I met Gaddafi 3 times in my life on my Pan-African movement walk. And I nearly been taken to mental health hospital here when Gaddafi was killed. And Sarkozy, either unhurt, will pay the price of the betrayal. And I leave you with that. Let's start.
Thank you very much.
Encouraging our people to accept, learn what is wrong, what was not, we didn't learn right for ourselves, and relearn. The 3 points might be something good for our younger generation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nkrumah, Kwame Nkrumah, my brother. It is that letter, production in Nairobi, Kenya. Production in Nairobi, Kenya. Look for that letter that I wrote to President Museveni to rescue Gaddafi. A very important letter. For the first time in several years, I and Museveni
Brilliant.
have never met. We are not seeing eye to eye, but for the first time we started seeing eye to eye after the Uganda peace talks were over. We agreed on that principle of removing Gaddafi. That letter is very painful, and for the first time, Uganda New Vision put me on the front page. My letter was on the front page, which is
Brilliant.
never the issue at all. So that letter is there.
And it's called production. What is it called?
New Vision of Uganda when the war in Libya had just started. You'll get that letter. Production
Brilliant,
team,
brilliant. Thank you very much for that.
big team in Nairobi seated there. I want that letter up here for the people to see. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving very well, and we can see Tambi. Are you ready now? The Honorable Honorable has disappeared. He realized later on there are too many Africans here wanting to speak. He left. Maybe he had some other businesses to do. But thank you very much, Honorable Member of Parliament from Uganda. No, he went down. Honorable, you went down. Owen, you don't want to speak now? Thank you very much. I wanted to get your view. President Museveni did not attend because he considered some of the things is a waste of time. We talk about the same things. And I saw one commander of, this commander man of M23, he disappeared. It means he has not got a message. I hope by the end, but I've seen another one here. Commander, you want to speak? I want to hear your views. Don't run away again, like all of you are running away from me today, because you haven't brought my answers. I asked you to bring your answers. Today, are you going to sit on table, or you want to kill people and continue killing more people? I don't have mercy with people who want to fight and fight and fight. Let's talk as Africans. Thank you very much. Hatambi, Karim Ntambi. My Ugandan brother, thank you. Tell us who you are, lawyer. We know each other. While you're on this platform, also tag each other. You said you don't want to miss anything. We are here every Friday. We are here for emergency. If there is an emergency like today, Sunday, we are here tomorrow. At night, we have a tough subject. Are we caught up in a Cold War? We have Wagner mercenaries versus USA. That's another topic interesting. Are Russians taking over where the Americans failed? Are both of them
All right.
are colonialists?
Doctor.
Hatambi, Ntambi.
Yes, Doctor. A couple of observations. One,
Yes.
I think what we saw earlier today at the African Union Summit speaks to the corruption that is going on at the African Union headquarters in Ethiopia. And this has been going on for so long. The African Union Summit became a place where we sell out our people, where we sell out our continent to the West. And what we witnessed earlier shows you clearly that Mohamed Faki wanted to smuggle Israel inside. And unfortunately, South Africa and Botswana and Algeria had to call them out. I am not for the way this was handled, but at least somebody had to speak out. How far can this continue? So today, if you smuggle in Israel, who else is coming in? Plus, we also have to question the interest of the people that we are bringing in to observe. Israel hasn't been a friend to Africa. I will speak about Uganda in particular. Recently, between 2019 to 2021 elections, the Israel firm QCyber was hired by the government of Uganda to spy on the opposition, to hack onto their social media platforms. And what this did is it contributed to the increased abduction and forced disappearance and targeted targeted arrests. So people would just, they would, the military operatives would just come at your door in the middle of the night and pick you up and you disappear. Over 2,000 people disappeared between 2019 to 2021. And up to now, this still continues. So me, I'm not for let us be emotional, let us romanticize the presence of the West at the EU, but for us to be able to self-determine. Secondly, I heard you speak highly about Museveni pulling out, and I find it very unfortunate, Doctor. I'm going to disagree with you.
No. Ntambi.
Let me make my point.
No, you are going to make your point. I will give you the time to make your point. There is one principle that I have. My son, let me call you my son. I am one of the most veteran freedom fighters for the people of Uganda since 1978.
I will not take that away from you.
Yes, and
Doctor.
you remember, no, wait.
I will be careful.
You remember,
I will be careful not to take away.
I fought to remove Idi Amin together with Museveni, Lule, Binaisa, Okero, Oito Jok, Obote. We were together. At the age of 68, no, listen, at the age of 68, I must balance my essay. Where Museveni has done badly, I say it. And I've told him that's why we don't agree. I'm not on this platform. Don't think we agree with everything. I don't agree with President Museveni on a number of things. But where he has done a credit, I give him a credit. And I want to teach you in political science, which I have studied up to the last iota on earth. If you go to lobby for any change in our country, don't start by saying the basic style of statements. Just say there is something good that he has done. But the people you are meeting, use this word and copy my words. You will be very happy, man. But things have gone badly. People are being abducted. People are doing this. But don't completely be against the president. He's the president of the Republic of Uganda. He might have stolen the vote. The court justified. Me, once the court makes a ruling, that's why I've survived in opposition. Have you ever heard me saying I want to come back where you are? No. I have bigger things in African Union to sort out. Because there is no democracy and elections in Africa. All the elections in Africa are a farce. Look at the election in Nigeria. Now we have been told there are groups that even steal election and give us the results already. So what type of elections in Africa are you going to hold? So for me, you don't condemn me for having said, for the first time, President Museveni read my letter, 80 pages.
Yes,
Give me
Doctor,
a credit
but
for having given him a credit and his respect.
I give you credit, but I'm afraid that this is ending up sounding like it's about you and the letter you wrote to Museveni and how he appreciated it. My thing about Museveni is we cannot talk about the failure of the African Union without recognizing what Museveni has done to it. The African Union has ended up becoming.
Don't insult him. Just discuss.
No, I'm not insulting.
Yes.
No.
Don't insult the
Please,
president of any country.
I'm giving you things as they are, as creamy, as you want them to be. So, for you to say Museveni decided not to go to the EU and we should clap for him, it's like clapping for the arsonist. Taking credit for stopping the fire. Museveni is the arsonist who always wants to take credit for putting out the fire.
My son,
So
I did not clap for him. Okay, go ahead. Finish.
I'm finishing. I'm finishing my thought. So,
Brother, I am just
so
amused.
we can't
I
say.
didn't clap for
Oh,
very
you were
strong
saying, oh
hatred
my God,
for
he
this
read your
man.
letter and he read between the lines and he said, I won't attend this. For so long, he has been hailed as the champion, as the second person after Gaddafi. But even with Gaddafi, if you're to look at his betrayer to his investments in Kampala, in Uganda, Museveni took everything away from him. During his evening days, Museveni totally gave up on him. So you cannot claim him as a Pan-African. And also, Gaddafi's record.
Gaddafi's properties have been taken by all presidents in Africa. Don't blame Museveni only.
No, we are speaking about Museveni.
Yes,
now
but
you're
in
doing
Africa,
what
let me
about
now
this?
also give you more information.
No,
Africa,
doctor.
all properties of Gaddafi were taken by the
So
state where
that's
he invested.
justifiable. Is that we are square now because Gaddafi's properties were taken by repressive governments? We are square.
You have 1 minute, Babak Ntambi.
Okay, 1 minute. I also wanted to respond to the lady earlier who said it's hypocrisy for South Africa to say they won't allow a seat for Israel in AU while they still have an embassy. I think this is a problem that we're having in African politics, is that if I disagree with you on climate change, then we should never work again. I should show the people that I can no longer work with you. I can allow you to be my friend, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give you a key to my house. So because we are not giving Israel a seat at the African Union, it doesn't mean we cannot work with them on other issues. But first, we have to also look at the people who are saying Israel cannot be part of it. South Africa, they are nostalgic about apartheid. They are nostalgic about how black people are being treated in Israel, and we cannot wash that away and say, oh my God, this looks bad. It can look bad, but let us think about the pain and suffering that our people in detention centers in Israel are going through. So we can't just say because we denied Israel a seat in AU, let us just also close the embassy in Israel. No, there are other things we can work together on. You can disagree on social issues and work on economic issues. The biggest problem that we as Africans, I think, are adapting to is being oversimplistic. Is that I cannot work with, like you, doctor, I can disagree with you on some elements of Museveni, but we can talk about other issues. We can disagree on M23, but also talk about, how Congo can prosper. We can't say if you can't talk about this, it's absolute. So that's it for me for now. I see so many speakers on the platform, but thank you so much for engaging us and having this conversation going, Doctor.
Ntambi, I welcome you every day. I will challenge you until I convince you that to lobby against the president of Africa. I will teach you the tactics. I will teach you. I've been a rebel. I've been a fighter from Tanzania, Chikosi Malum 208 KJ. Museveni was from NASA. I was Chikosi Malum of Oito Joko Okero, Tito Okero, and others. That is our key cause with Commander Muzuguri. There is a way to lobby, but you don't lobby by insulting the president.
I did not. I did not insult. I don't think I insulted anybody.
No, I've not said it. You have done it. But I'm saying anybody who wants, for example, I don't like Muhammad Buhari. But I have gone to court in London. I'm not a Nigerian. I'm not a Biafran. But I've gone to court to London. That if Muhammad Buhari ever steps in London after he has finished office to go for medical treatment or shopping or anything, he will finish it in jail in Belmarsh. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Doctor.
No, I'm now telling you that is Dr. Matsanga speaking. And I've not feared telling Muhammad Buhari. I've told him he knows he has been served those papers. He has now changed the hospital and he goes to Saudi Arabia. But if he ever steps in Charing Cross Hospital on that bed, when he beats up Nigerians every day, voila, he will end up like a pignoted. That's how we to discipline these African dictators. Don't
So
fight.
are you
My
going
son,
to
Khatam
give the
Ntambi,
same courtesy
don't
to
fight
Museveni?
a war and then you kill yourself. There are ways of doing things. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I teach political science now. I teach it, and the students have passed. Some have brought me a shirt that I'm wearing today. I'm teaching you how to go and make a good presentation before any international body against your president without insults. That's it.
I'm still trying to learn the insult you found in my statement. What was the insult? I
No,
want
there
to
is no
learn.
insult, but I'm only saying there are some, you have discussed very well, but there are some people who come here and make so
Yeah,
many
but I was
insults.
characterized as them, unfortunately.
Sorry
And
for interruption. Sorry for interruption.
Who is that?
Actually, my inquiry goes to Dr. David.
Yes.
You told me you happened to be there that time when Museveni was fighting Idi Amin Dada.
Yes, 1978, 79, yes.
Well, you happened to be there. But Museveni, I think Museveni was fighting for the values.
For?
Values.
Honorable Owen, I have not picked your question properly. In 1978,
what I'm trying to mean.
Yes.
The things that took my president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to the bush.
Yes.
They are the same things he is doing as per now. Good chance.
Now you have come to me. Can I give you the platform to speak, sir, Honorable Member of Parliament?
Yeah, you can give me the platform. I'm not the Honorable Member of Parliament, but I'm aspiring.
Please don't ask me. You tell us more. Now there you are. The topic is Israel. But Uganda, if you have facts, the way you are putting it, the platform is yours, Honorable. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. David. My name is Owen Ncherirwe, aspiring Member of Parliament for Igara West, come 2026.
Parliament for which parliament is this?
It is Igara West constituency.
Oh, Igara West in Bushenyi.
In Bushenyi,
yes,
exactly.
That is where I used to go. Where I used to go in Bushenyi for the celebrations. You remember? So.
Yes.
And by the way, I want you to know.
Yes.
I'm the only man who wins a constituency when I'm still in London. Do you know the constituency? Okay. The only constituency that Mr. Chagulanyi has in Eastern Uganda is Bududa. That's my constituency. Nambeshe is my brother. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I was talking about when I tried to read the 10 points program of President Museveni. President Museveni was fighting for freedom. President Museveni, in his speech as I follow him, he was saying he wants rule of law to be in Uganda. In 1995, he came and said he is organizing Uganda. He is enacting a durable constitution. A durable constitution. The constitution of Uganda has been amended in even countless times. Because if President Museveni observes and finds that there's something in the constitution that will not favor him when time reaches, he does comment and they say this one should be amended. They amend. For instance, now, if you are saying that you are fighting for African Union is for who? It is for Africans. For instance, in Uganda right now, the ladies, they are flying to Saudi Arabia every day, more than 5, not every day, maybe a week or a month. We receive bodies of dead girls coming from Saudi Arabia, more than 10. The judiciary of Uganda is just a mockery. The Ministry of Affairs, does not even intervene in the issues of our ladies. And they make bilaterals with Saudi Arabia. Those are the things the Ugandans are facing right now. And when I see that the government borrows money outside. And among the aims or the agendas of the African Union, it was to build a strong, sustainable economy by 2063. But when I look forward and I look at my country, Uganda, I'm very happy that you have said that at least you can interact with President Museveni. You can tell him the things that took him the bush. They are the things now that are even taking him. Abductions. I can't say that President Museveni has done nothing. No, never. President Museveni did more things. Actually, right now we could be celebrating the life of President Museveni. Every Ugandan could be celebrating President Museveni. But right now, the things that took the bush, they are the things that are existing in the government. When you organize a meeting for 10 people, they will arrest you. But if you organize a concert for 10,000 people, they will give you security. They know you are going to talk about the issues affecting the government.
Okay.
And when I see people, you strong people, you are here talking about African Union.
Yeah,
how will you unite Africa?
Honorable, thank you. You land your mic. You're parting short. We have heard the things that you are speaking are truly, some of them are happening in our country. I do accept and
Yes.
I do agree. And I
Yes.
do state that engagement, constructive engagement. Look,
Yes.
let me give you, I want to teach you, today is Sunday. Look at me.
Yes.
I lost my father.
Yes.
You know the history very well. I've never buried him. I lost my wife. The first wife of
Yes.
mine, I never buried her. I don't know. She was killed. My father was killed.
Yes.
But I have healed. Look at me. I've
Yes.
healed. I used not to shake hands with President Museveni at all.
Yes.
You know very well that I am the one who negotiated the Northern Uganda peace process. I went to
Yes.
Juba. I went to the forest
Yes.
to look for these younger men, Konyi and others, and I put them down on the table and told them,
Yes.
you have reached the end of the whole world. Bashir will not give you arms. Museveni will not arm SPLA. We have to come to table. Is
Yes.
there peace? You can drive from Igara up to Gulu. You can feel hungry. I am not supposed to give you food. I did not negotiate for you to have food. I negotiated for that peace. That peace you see in Northern Uganda. This man who's speaking is the one who went to the bush for the first time and caught those younger men, told them, you have nowhere to go. Like I'm telling the M23 here. That
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Let me finish. They have been sending, they came here, they are sending messages. And I told them, we want you to come on table and put your conditions on table so that Africa can have peace. From the time I had never gone to Kampala, Honorable Owen, for 23 years.
Yes.
Since the first time I went to Kampala was in 2008. I'd never seen my mother, the widow, who was left there for 23 years. She applied for
Yes.
several passports she was not given. Now look at me and look at my example. We want a better Uganda for the rest of the people. All the life that we
Yes.
sacrificed is our country.
Exactly.
So when
Yes.
you engage, you talk. I don't talk to you. Contrary, the only people I talk to is Rugunda. I always chat with Rugunda, who is my friend, who is a peacemaker. But when
Yes.
I meet President Museveni at AU, hi, how are you, sir? When are you coming home? I say, I'm busy doing some international jobs. Because
Yes.
the type of politics, Honorable Owen, in Africa
Yes.
has not reached a degree where Matsanga, who has stayed for 38 years in the United Kingdom, where I'm speaking from now, I have been exposed to political, maturity. When I return to start fighting for political immaturity, I might lose my life. So what I do is to stay away. I am not, all the people who are on the scene, Besigye is younger than me. Yes.
Yes.
And he fought with Museveni until the plate was removed. Then he started making noise. Do you know that Besigye is the one who wrote warrants of arrest for all of us? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
You better know it.
I didn't know that.
You better know it. You better know it from today. You better know it. Because you are taking me that journey. He wrote warrants of arrest for us.
Yes.
In 1985, 86, 87, Besigye was the Minister of State for Internal Security. What was his role?
Yes.
To finish Obote's people. Are we not human beings? Eh?
You are.
Eh?
You are. You are. Yes.
Are we not? Wacha. David, we have suffered.
Yeah.
We don't want to cry more tears for you. We have suffered.
Mr.
So our country needs peace, discussion. I want you to engage. President Museveni has now, first, I'm finishing. President Museveni has now been officially, through the courts of the High Court of the Republic of Uganda and the Supreme Court, they endorsed, they said, even if the election had problems, a few, they did not mar the general. You know, that's what African courts say every day, isn't it?
Yeah. Excuse me, before you finish, Mr. David, I will forget this.
Okay, quickly, let me tell you the mic. There are so many people who would like to speak.
One politician and was also a dictator, Napoleon Bonaparte, said, I'm the state and the state is myself. The way you are talking is that Museveni, he was announced by the court. He is the one who chooses the electoral commission. He is the one who chooses the chief justice. So he is the state and the state is himself.
So let's do something. Change our ways of engaging. I am telling you, you have now my number. You have my contact. DM me. I will educate you slowly. You're a younger man. You will be very powerful.
I don't have your contact, Mr. David. Maybe if you read it for me.
No, I can't read my telephone number over this, but write on DM. My DM, message me, tag me, and you message me. Then you will know.
Okay, I will send a message in your inbox.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Today is a Sunday, so I cannot cut off a Samaritan.
Yeah, you can follow me. You can follow me. You can follow me.
The church. Have you finished? Oh, and I have got your number. Yes. Thank you very much. I will call you and we discuss more about Uganda. Peaceful existence. Discuss with President Museveni peacefully. Don't engage in activities of violence. That is my norm. That is why I hold this platform for openness, for people to discuss openly, to find avenues
of course, all
issues.
Of us.
Thank you very much.
All of us, we are after peaceful talks. We are after peaceful talks because violence does not.
Now, Honorable Webarenyo to now Labagana. I want other people to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you find your son on the way, is being beaten, you stop and try to explain to these people beating him that you don't beat, this one is my son. That's why I've taken another step to talk to Honorable Owen so that he can understand that we have to go that route and find an amicable solution for our country. All of us have suffered. So not everybody people are not happy, but we have suffered, but we still continue doing so until there is peace for everybody. So thank you very much. The last person on this to speak was who is supposed to speak. Then I bring in a new panel. Please, Honorable, you come step down. Then I bring in other people. You step down. I will bring you later. Now I want to bring a new team of speakers. We have rounded on Uganda. We have diverted from a bit, but it was necessary for us. Elida, have you spoken?
Not yet.
Okay, make your speech 1 minute. And then followed by Mr. Pass.
From here.
Mr. Pass.
Good evening, everyone.
Mr.
Pascal.
Pascal.
Thanking Dr. Mustanga for giving me an opportunity to speak in this platform. We are talking about the scenario that happened in African Union. In the first place, African Union doesn't supposed to be existing till now. If we should look at it the way it is, African Union is supposed to be dissolved because African Union haven't been serving the interest of Africans from the beginning. Can Africans send their delegate into European Union Parliament, either as an observant or whatever, and they will be accepted and permitted in their organization? It's not possible. So why will African Union have external bodies if African Union is really serving the interest of Africans? They don't supposed to have external bodies. So if we are talking about how to liberate Africa, first we must start from crushing down all these organizations that kept Africa the way it is today, starting from African Union, down to ECOWAS, down to every other organization. Then we can think on how to build another one from a scratch. This is the only way to liberate Africa. There is no how African can go forward when we have these Western bodies in our organization among us. It's not possible. There is no two ways about it. If we need freedom, we must start by bringing down all this organization.
Okay, thank you very much.
Then we can sit on round table.
Your 1 minute is over and a half. I gave you one, but I allowed you to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr.
Elida.
Masanga.
Thank you. I have so many speakers, so I want to give each one a chance. I have 10 people lining up to speak. Pascal. Mr. Pascal.
Yes, sir. Doctor, good afternoon and good evening, everybody, wherever you are. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
You are from South Sudan, are you?
I am from the West Africa, Gambia, from the Gambia.
The flag looks, Gambia. Adama Barrow.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
You owe me a lot because I'm the one who took a satellite so that Gambians, you remember?
Absolutely.
So that Gambians can use to talk because Mr. Yaya Jammeh had closed all radio stations. So I took my satellite and I was hiding in the hotel there for people to broadcast from Gambia. You remember? You owe me a lot. You have never paid me anything, but it's okay. That's good for Africa. Go ahead.
We are grateful, and I mean, the Gambian people are proud. Today, we are where we are because of we work together as a team, as young people, and we felt that it was time to seek for a new system or a new government. Aside of that, I want to just go straight to what happened, the incident with the Israel in the African Union. Diplomatically, that was a big error. I think they shouldn't have issued any status in the first place if they knew they are going to send them out. And for me, that is very embarrassing. And I don't think that's, going forward, I think we need to learn from our mistakes. Like the other speaker was saying, we have to learn, relearn, and de-learn. And that's so that we can move forward. Now, I just want to speak on what the other speaker was just saying. The idea that we have to dissolve the African Union, we have to remove everything and start fresh. It's like you were saying that we have to start building a new Africa now on going to next 60 or 100 years to come. So I think what we need to do and is as African is to start speaking truth to leaders, to power. And from what I observed and from the various events that I've attended, I've realized that there are a lot of young people now talking about change in Africa. And the current issue between Ukraine and Russia, I think, present a great opportunity for Africa to start taking its steps. We have suffered a lot. As young people, we learn, when I hear you talking, the role you have played in the Gambia, what you have done in Rwanda, in Kenya and your country, we learn from you. This is what we want, this young people like me, this is what we want to hear. We want to learn from people like you, telling us what we need to do, because at least you have did your part. You've played your role, and the role is now the ball is now court now to change and create the Africa we want. And to do that, it means we have to put all hands in one desk to ensure that Africa has realized what it stands for, because we have suffered a lot, and this thing cannot continue. The African Union should set an example, But if we get to this stage, they are not sent, and there are errors that bound to happen, but we must be ready to, learn from it. I'm a young person. I'm still at the age of 30, and to be honest, when I bang in this conversation, I say, okay, let me join and listen to you, and I'm very grateful, and I'm learning a lot from this platform, and I hope I continue to learn from this one. And thank you very much, Doctor, and I appreciate for giving the platform. And again, Gambian people appreciate you, and we thank you for your contribution to this country.
Yes, President yeah, he said he will meet me, but I'm still waiting for the invitation. So when you pass by the palace, his house, tell him Dr. Matsanga is still waiting for the invitation. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the first round of our discussion. That was the first 20 people who spoke. Now I want you stay there. Some of you who have spoken, I want Sadi. Sadi, where are you from?
Okay. Hello, my name is Sadiq. I'm from Nigeria, sir.
Sadiq, yes, you have been a frequent person on my website, on my Twitter space. Thank you very much. I like your contribution.
And I would like to appreciate you too for giving us the opportunity to say our mind freely without a restriction of our right to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, in regards to the topic of today, I think I would like to make it clear, because what's happening in the African Summit, Economic Summit at the African Union Parliament, I think I would like to say I support what happened, because looking at it this way, for a continent that has passed through series of colonization, I think it is very important to go back to history, because our history is rich and is very important. What has happened to African continent, the taking advantage of European, nations and the Western countries can never be described. It is even undescribable. And I think we can only do better when we learn our past and we understand the present, of our continent. The continent really needs a strong leadership, especially at that stage of our union, African Union. I think the leadership of that union is really, shrinking, because the leaders are not meeting up to the expectation of our people here in African continent. The people are really suffering, and all they care about is their self-interest. Is not the interest of the society in general, of the African continent, or the citizens who are the most important part of the continent. So what happened there is that, you see, when you pass through series of colonization, series of dehumanization, and all types of, evil plans from Western, society, definitely you would not like to see the same thing happening to other society. That's what happened. If you look at the history of Israel clearly, and it is clear, it is out there. We can all go and read through some of those articles and many more. There are so many things to look into. There are so many things to look into. So I think in that issue, what is happening in Israel to our own people here in Africa that are living there, and to those people, those Palestinians, their rights that are being denied. And I think it is only justice that happened to the delegation of Israel. Then in the first place, who even invite the delegation of Israel to African Union? That's the first question to ask. That's very wrong. This is the meeting of African Union, and we need our leaders to deliberate on how to move this country forward and how to pinpoint where we are going wrong in order to, correct those, mistakes. But, allowing such delegation into our parliament is never right. And I think we can agree to disagree sometimes. We can agree on our economic relationship, or we can choose to agree on our social relationship. That's very right. And I would like to also make comment on the earlier speaker that said, okay, then those countries should close their embassies at Israel. It is very wrong. Just because we disagree on our social relationship, that doesn't mean there is no any other ways that we can, mingle, that we can agree to, build our relationship on. So that's how it is in every other part of the world. African continent, there has been series of denial of African representatives in European country, in European Union and American. So many occasions that happen in America, especially when it comes to United Nations. There are so many branches of United Nations that have denied our, all specialists, our specialists that went there to represent Africa. There are so many cases of that. Even of recent, I have come across one of our representatives in, some of the branches of United Nations that is relating to health, that was complaining about what happened to him in Geneva. So it is the same thing. It is not a new thing that African Union has, some of the African Union members have chosen to deny Israel, representatives chance to, sit in our, African summit. If you are not invited, then you are not welcome. Maybe you can just go back when you are needed. Definitely, they will invite you. But what I am trying to say here is that we really need a total, we need a total strategization of our union, because the leadership of that union is really not good.
Sadiq.
Yes.
Sadiq, let me ask you. Sadiq. Sadiq, I am asking you.
Yes. Okay, sir.
If you have refused them, Sadiq, why do you give them accreditation?
Okay.
That's the question I'm asking. Why do you give them
okay, so let me just say my mind in regards to that. Giving them accreditation,
if you refuse them entry, why do you give them a badge? Then you wait upstairs.
Can you hear me?
Then embarrass them. That is the
point
you hear me? That I'm trying to say here. Was there no other diplomatic way of evicting Israel from the AU summit?
Can you hear me, sir?
I hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. In the first place, that's why the issue of bad leadership came in. I said we need a new, redesignation of leadership of African Union, because there are so many misrepresentation that is happening in African Union. What I'm trying to say, giving them the accreditation in the first place is very wrong, because if a country has been declared by so many, common citizens as an apartheid state, definitely that country shouldn't be given any chance to be part of African Union. That's my point. And it is very clear to me.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you always for giving me the opportunity, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, remind you of the topic. Did the African Union act diplomatically, or should it have acted diplomatically to evict Israel from the African Union summit? It should have just told them, don't go up there to embarrass yourself. Who gave them the badges to enter the first barrier of entering in the compound, and from the compound entering in the main hall? Why is it that they waited? Who wanted to embarrass Israel? We know we can disagree on a number of things about Israel. There are those who like it, there are those who don't like it. Fine. But we as Africans, we have an obligation to show good manners. That's all I'm asking. We have an obligation to show good manners to a guest. You cannot allow a guest to come into your house, then you start beating him up and say, why did you come here? You should tell the guest that don't come, don't try. Don't come. Don't try to come here because my wife does not like you. You know, there are some wives who don't like guests. And you know very well, before I am telling you this sense of humor. I have been in the United Kingdom for that long, 38 years in exile. But I never married a white person, a lady, because she asked me for a list of guests who will be coming to be seeing us. Then, you know, you know, we Africans, we have so many brothers like Wandera. Wandera will come at the airport, I pick her. I must notify, she checks the list, whether Wandera is one of the relatives. So I could
Sadiq,
I could not marry a white lady at all. I'm not racist. I could not marry anybody until I went back to marry my own country lady, a wife from my country, because she gives me conditions. Why do you come? But I want to know how many people will be coming. Who are your real relatives? Everybody in Africa is a relative. So I had a problem there. That's why I did not marry. Some people will ask me, why have you not married something there? No, I had to remarry again my fellow Ugandan from home. And I'm also from Mr. Ntambi's home. So that's it. So let me now bring in, this topic is getting sweet, but
Hello?
yes, who is that?
This is Matthew from Uganda.
Yes, Matthew. Where are you?
I'm in Vienna at the moment.
You are where? In Vienna. Matthew, I'm going to give you a chance now. I allowed you to come in, Matthew. And don't worry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matsa.
Unless you are going very fast. Are you going away very fast?
Can I just give a very brief? And
okay, Matthew.
I'll be very short. Thank you very much.
But I'm sorry,
my brother,
gentlemen, I didn't allow him because he's a Ugandan.
You are from my village, actually.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
Now, I think we have to look into the world is a global stage. One thing what pains me most is, African Union still has not developed capacity to with all the wealth we have, we are still begging people to pay for buying brooms in our house, buying chocolate for our children, buying bread for our children. We have never thought about developing a firm resolution of saying we are strong enough to foot our own bills. What is happening is a big shame. If who was sneaking in the visitor first, that's another question. Huh? That means our house is not really looking into, if you have many children and then you find there's a visitor who is being stopped by the houseboy of the house. Don't we think it's a big shame to us as a continent? We must start to shed off with all wealth we have, we must say African Union must be African Union, both in funding, both in resolve, both in thinking, both in an intellectual. Let's be communists in our own system. You know, we have to take care of our own bills. The moment we can still say European Union pays 60% of our own interests, for goodness sake, it's too long as Africans to complain left and right what we have. We will go back to the same cycle. The 60% is, by the way, enough to cause divorce in your house. That's too much. You know, in my culture in Acholi, if the uncles gives you too many cows to marry your wife, the wife will tend to listen to the other side. And that is a very difficult position. We must develop a resolve as Africans. If we want to stand on our 2 feet, we see what's happening in Congo. Do you think who is the biggest beneficiary of all these houseboys being given food to let's say, to buy our own self? We are so stupid. Dr. Matsanga, we Africans are very stupid. We have never found what conflicts we have in between ourselves. We don't have conflicts, never. Africans look at Acholis, they came all the way from, and there's no trace of murder for the whole 500 years. You can't tell us we are bad. Africans are not bad. The Ngoni Revolution was also tactfully engulfing an assimilation. So something is under our armpit, which is stinking, and we don't want to say it, and we must shave our armpits out of this. Then we might be nice men and women standing on our feet with a beautiful face to say we are adults. That's the only few things I wanted to say. But we should never complain. We are a factor of our own self. Independence, we should have already known our enemies. We are repeating ourselves. Look at Museveni, my president there. He is not still feeling Kenya. You have election violence. You know, South Africa, we are still murdering ourselves. Nigeria, we know our problems, but somebody is paying for us to murder ourselves. Our identity must be, as Africans, we have intellectuals, we have PhDs, we have professors. We have never dissolved to find out. Really, we lie to ourselves a lot. Democracy now needs us to go back to drawing boards and say, with all the wealth we need, who are the ones who are really separating us? Ghana, very intelligent people, Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia. We are the birthright of our own self. So I'm very proud you gave me the chance. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, my long-time friend, lost friend. And we have been together. Thank you very much, Sylvia.
I know what we have been trying to do. We built a lot of resolve for peace in northern Uganda.
Yes, thank you very much. I tried my level best. I tried. And thank you very much. The peace came.
Your efforts will never go for granted.
Yes.
We greatly appreciate that. Without you, I tell you, I wouldn't say it, but
don't worry.
I'm very,
I will pass
very
by
proud of
Geneva and we have a drink. Unfortunately, these days I don't drink alcohol. We have coffee in the French territory of Geneva Airport. Thank you very much, and maybe stay there for a night. Thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you. God bless you again.
I will give you Kwete, don't mind.
Thank you. Afoyo, Matek. Afoyo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sylvia, thank you, Sylvia Mwangi. You better come up there and become a co-host. I am left alone and my voice is going down. I'm an old man. Sylvia, you come up there and stay and become a co-host. Thank you very much. Patricia, you are welcome. Kenneth Wandera, you can hear what Africans are saying. Who gave these people the cards, accreditation? Who gave them?
Hello.
Yes. Who is that again?
This is Paul Mwindi from Kenya.
Paul Mwindi. You have just come
Yeah.
in there. Hold the fire,
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, okay. To start with.
Hold your fire.
Okay.
Because there are people here who have been on the platform who would like to speak. People
Okay,
like
okay,
Noble.
sure.
Noble. I come for Noble, then go for another gentleman who has not spoken, Hamahu Hamahu Allah Mohammed. And then I come to Hasnain Talib. I don't know which this name says what. Hasnain Talib. And then,
hello.
Yes, now Noble, just take 1 minute,
Yeah.
2 minutes, my great friend.
Okay. My beloved doctor. Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you. I don't want to waste much of your time, but you remember the program we had last week about African Union, whether that has been captured by external forces. And this topic now is an evidence that African Union has been captured by external forces. Because the question is, who gave Israel accreditation? In July 2021, that is when the problem started. Now, they came as an observer. Again, you gave them accreditation, and stepping into the hall, you stopped them. That is a diplomatic fallout, and it is a diplomatic error on African Union. I believe that there is external forces that might have given them a phone call. Don't allow them into the hall, because Africa do not decide what they will do on their own. They are being controlled by some external forces, which me and you, we know. Just like we choose our presidents, they don't come from the popular, from the masses. They were being engineered by external forces. It's either they were chosen and anointed by America, or they're chosen and anointed by United Kingdom, and so on and so forth. So our presidents are always being influenced by one country or the other outside Africa. And now African leaders are building their next in Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and some other Asia country, having discovered that some Western countries are now seizing their wealth when there is any fallout from their directives. So I'm saying that this is pure diplomatic error. Let us not be biased. Just like you said, some other people may believe in Israel, some may not believe because of one issue or the other concerning Palestine. But what is the issue that is concerning Africa? We Africans, we don't care about ourselves. Why are we looking at Israel and Palestine each time we want to talk about Israel? But in Africa, we don't love ourselves. So if African leaders really want the unity of Africa, they should have started asking some of African leaders who are doing wrong things to step down, to get out of power. All age-long leaders who have stayed over 3 terms or even 40 years in power, 30 years in power, what are they still doing? The African Union leaders are supposed to have asked them to get out of the office. Otherwise, they are there because they are representing a certain bloc, a certain cabal in the Western world. They are sucking Africa, and they cannot do anything. If me and you stand on the street to protest, they will kill us, and United Nations will not ask them questions, unless if you are enemy of the West.
Okay.
That is where they can get you. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ask all of you,
Thank
if you are not speaking, Matthew, mute your phone, please. If you are not speaking, mute your phone, all of you, so that we can hear the other speakers. The next speaker is Hamahu Allah Mohammed.
Greetings. Assalamu alaikum. Good day. Shalom, guys. Greeting to you, Professor Matsanga.
Thank you.
I'm Hamawallah Muhammad from Western Sahara, or the Southern, or Polisario if you want, or Sahrawi. At the case that you are showcasing here, did the African Union act diplomatically to evict Israel from the AU summit? I believe they do have the right, and it's diplomatically correct. I might disagree with my friend Noble, because if we gave them accreditation, all right, cool. This presentation of Israel that it's accredited to the African Union and Addis Ababa, if the African Union gave them accreditation, okay, but they were not given the invitation to attend. That's the key thing. As how they entered to the summit, they used different badges of different countries. I don't know which countries, but they did use them. That's how they get in the hall.
Are you in African Union yourself?
What?
Are you in African Union now? Because we have journalists there who say they were accredited, they were given cards. But I am your friend. I am a supporter of Western Sahara. And so you being a Western Sahara man who has fought along with me, I will not counteract you. I like Western Sahara, Sahawaris, the Western Sahara, my people of Western Sahara. You are being molested by Morocco. I think it is Morocco who bought these people to harass.
Yes.
Yes, they are together. They might have used Morocco badges. Are you sure?
Yes, they did. I'm not in the African Union myself, but I have somebody there who attended the summit and told me this play or this theatric play that Morocco and Israel played in the African Union. Okay, diplomatically, if I accredit you in the country, you are accrediting the country, representing your president, your country, and you in the interest of your own country. Well done, beautiful. But if I don't invite you to my house, don't come knock on my door first. Second thing, my friend earlier, one of my friends earlier said that if I invite you and you are a guest, you are in the rule of the host. If you are a guest in somebody's house, you don't go around messing up the things in the house, which is everybody use. No, you are a host. You have your room, your bathroom, you eat. You go, that's it. But don't go elsewhere, putting your nose in my business, in my house, because
you are Haman, you are amusing me. I'm laughing alone here in this cold weather of London. What are you saying? You don't go and eating things anyhow. So you mean Israel was eating things anyhow?
No, that's just a comparative, like intellectually, you know. If you are a host in my house, doctor, professor, if you are a host in my house, would your manners as African, we are talking all as Africans, because probably we have all the same cultures and the same, because we are collective societies. So if I invite you to my home, right, and you come to my home, will you be messing around the home that you are staying in? No, right? Correct. Because you are a guest, and the guest in the house, and the manner we know in collective societies, and us in Africa, you as a guest, you follow the rules and regulations of the house of the host you are in, that is hosting you. So we go back to the topic of the space, that if the African Union diplomatically did correct, yes, they come, they ask them to leave without any commotion. They just ask them to leave, and when they show their badge, they tell them you may exit. So what's the problem here? This is my house. This is a family. This is a family talk. You don't come. No, you are a host. You stay outside. You stay in the room. You go to the TV. Do whatever you want. But if we are in the other room and this is a family meeting or family talk, don't come barging inside.
You mean Israel went to all bedrooms? You mean Israel went to all bedrooms?
Thank you very. That's what I'm saying. You know, because if they are accredited, accreditation does not mean a badge and does not mean invitation. You are accredited to the African Union.
But
stay outside.
Hold the fire first. Hold
Hello,
it there.
doctor.
I want to ask you.
Hello, doctor.
To enter.
Hello, doctor.
To enter.
Doctor.
Yes, hold on, Noble.
Ask him a question.
Noble, wait.
Ask him a question.
Noble, wait.
Okay.
To enter that hall, you must have a badge. I have been there before, and I want to tell you frankly, you must have a badge. If you don't have a badge, you can't go to that hall. So, how did they go to that hall? Then later on, removed. And in the presence of all leaders now, the meeting is about to start. The man who is the chairperson of African Union, whose file and whose documents are very clear on table, that the case for Israel is being processed. He didn't talk a word. He looked very unconcerned in his white council. After even killing Idris Deby. You know, I'm very, very upset. You can't come and kill a president, a sitting president. You just go and kill him like that. They kill him and he knows the rebels. He did not tell the AU why he was killed. Cold blood. And then the French came and installed the sun. Now they have run to the same Middle East where Israel comes from to negotiate an agreement so that he takes over power in Chad. I'm not happy with him. Never. So how did they get the documents, the badges, to access the main hall? These people could even blow our presidents. Yes. People could do anything. If you can allow them, then later on pull them out. When a man has entered there already. It is not fair. African, even if you don't go into the bedroom and look for food, as Haman has said, my dear, if you have a badge and you allow me to go to the toilet in your room, I go. So because you have given me a badge. So my question is, who gave the Israelis the badges? 2, who invited them to arrive? Is it their embassy?
Okay.
3, if they came into the country, how did they enter the compound of African Union? 4, why is it South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Algeria, the first people to shout and put up their hands for Israel to get out? Is there something that we need to know in the next episode? Maybe one day I will bring it up. It looks like the diamonds of South Africa are rolling in the stomach. Something is not right. Okay, Mohammed, finish you up in a half a second.
Yes, one last thing. Excuse me, Noble, please. The co-host.
Okay, now I think the doctor is tired, so I'm going to control the room. They want to speak now is going to continue Mr. Hamahu. Then we'll go to Mr. Goodman.
Thank you very much. So please, the co-host, I know Professor is tired, but people who don't raise their hands and want to speak, you are not allowed to speak first. Second thing, if somebody else is speaking, please let them finish this so we can have a good discussion as Africans. Matthew earlier mentioned the word that I don't agree with it and I don't like it. First thing he said, we Africans are stupid. Talk about yourself, please, brother. Don't say such words or the lack of words probably in such spaces that we talk as intellectuals.
Matthew was,
and then another person. No.
Matthew was, I am around and I'm watching the space. I'm not tired. But boss, Abdi, why do you want to overthrow me when I'm still alive? I'm around. I'm watching you. I just gave you temporary power.
I'm trying to do what they did in Chad and Senegal.
Don't bring out the coup. You are just trying to overthrow me when I'm still here.
I'm trying to rest you, doctor. I'm trying to rest you.
I am not Conde of Conakry, Guinea Conakry. No. No. Okay. Go ahead and run the show. Bring the people who have not spoken. And Noble
yes, I'm going around.
Goodman has
Professor.
not spoken. Mr. Noble, you will come in later. Give some people.
That's a question, Doc.
There is a lady with a picture here. You have unmuted everybody now.
Yeah, I'm doing that because there are people who are going to jump in and talk when you're talking.
I am watching I am the commander in chief. You are a brigade commander.
Okay.
So I'm watching. There is a lady there, Mrs. T. Let's listen to the voice of Mrs. T. Miss T, what is your point paining you tonight, this evening?
Professor, can I finish and then I will go because I have to go. I know it's Sunday for you guys Christians, but it's not a weekend for us Muslims, so I have to go to work.
Hello, good afternoon. Speaking from Nigeria. So this is my first time on this space and I find it really enlightening and interesting. If only we can get more spaces like this on the Twitter space, I'm sure people, especially Africans, will begin to get acquainted with what is happening within this continent. Yes. Like every sovereign state have their national interests in form of foreign policies. The international organization, African Union, is supposed to have theirs. Of course, they have their set objective. But if their collective representation as an African organization is unique in the sense that it is strong, then the body language wouldn't give Israel that free will, that opportunity to come to a summit, an African summit, uninvited. At the same time, another point I want to make is this. Why it's easy for us on our levels to, probably as diplomats, as researchers, or as educators, whatever we are, I'm a student myself. So why it's easier for us to lay blames as to what is happening. Oh, Africans, we do not like ourselves. Africans, our union is not strong. Are we playing our part singly, as the smallest unit of the group? As a worker, as a lecturer, as a diplomat, wherever you're representing Africa, are you doing your own quota? If you're not doing your own quota as a unit, you do not expect your insignificant contributions to whatever you are aiming to see Africa as to work. It will never work like that. So this is a call for every one of us on this platform, wherever you are and whatever you represent, provided we all have a singular goal of bringing up Africa to the limelight, loving ourselves, developing ourselves, and getting once and for all from the shackles of this colonialism, then we should strive to work hard. Be your brother's keeper, and above every other thing, frown at corruption, frown at every form of conflict of interest that would favor you above your brother or favor you above those in your circle. I believe if me, you, and the other person can begin to practice what we preach, practice what we are quick to point fingers to condemn at, then I think it's a way to go. Thank you very much. Mr. Doctor, I find you very funny and amazing. Thank you very much.
Oh, my co-host, allow me to greet this lady from Nigeria. From that country in West Africa, because I always stand for the people of that country, the Biafrans who have suffered, the whole country that is being killed by Boko Haram.
Thank you.
Yes, and this is the doctor. I don't care. Buhari is a general. I'm also a general. I left the army with the rank of brigadier general.
Oh,
And
wow.
he trained like me, so he cannot threaten everybody in Nigeria, then come to threaten everybody in Africa. Apana.
Sadly, they're trying to do so, but
if he comes, no, tell him, whoever is here who can tell him, if he comes to London for treatment, voila, we shall do what we did to Pinochet. Yeah. Yes. You cannot detain people. A court releases a man to go home. Allow him to go. Then if you
It's
want
actually,
him,
it's
pick
actually
him again.
interesting you've been following that news because it calls for concern. And as we Africans, a brother here made mention of same thing, right? We don't come. Okay, good. It's important. You know the way Europe is organized. When something is happening in a particular European country, every other European country will call their them to order. We lack that rationale in Africa here. So what we're very good at doing is turning our back and pretending as if we don't know what our brothers are going through. I so much appreciate that you've been following the case with Nnamdi Kanu. It prohibits human rights. It prohibits justice. A country where the Supreme Court is saying something, the president is saying something else, the governors are saying something else. No. Oh my God. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, co-host. Now you can take over. Boss.
Yeah.
I am tired.
Okay.
But
I'll do that.
I'm retired.
Just listen.
But not
Yeah.
tired.
Just stay on the line. Okay. Just stay on. We'll give the mic now to Goodman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Abdi Guli. Thank you, Dr. David Musanga. I always love to see this your face. I always love to be in your program because you say it the way it is. Like my sister just pointed out. Sister, God bless you for that speech. Yeah, we always go first to point fingers outside when our inside is as rotten as anybody can ever imagine. We have a rotten systems going on in Africa due to the colonial construct, like what she just said. We have not dealt with our problem. And most of us are being sentimental about Israel, are being sentimental about others outside. Meanwhile, our core problem, we have not touched it. We don't even want to talk about it. We put up a blind eye to what is happening inside. But when it comes to outside, just like the Ukraine issue, everybody's talking about Ukraine. Everybody's talking about Ukraine. You see how the West are coming together for Ukraine. You see how the Europeans are coming together for Ukraine. But imagine the kind of lives that have been destroyed in Nigeria. Just imagine it. It's unimaginable. The number of people killed in Ukraine cannot be compared one third of what has been destroyed in Nigeria. And we people turn a blind eye, and some think somehow we will just become a beautiful Africa. It doesn't happen like that. It starts from the cause. There is a cause. In life, if you don't understand what it means to have a cause and effect, you can never make a headway. There is always a cause before effect. We are trying to treat the effect of the problem in Africa. That is why we go nowhere. That is why we will keep going round and round until we begin to deal with the cause of our problem, which is this colonial construct that she pointed about. We are going nowhere. Africa have wars everywhere. We don't talk about it. But you see us here being very, very sentimental. And it is this sentimentalism that has kept us where we are. Until we begin to deal with this, destroy this sentiment, and see how we can live loving one another, looking at each other and seeing ourselves in them, we cannot make any headway. This is what we should all begin to pass to the next person around us. Let us understand that we should decolonize our mind from this colonial mindset of religion and tribe and all sort of this trash. If there are people that want to gain their independence, let them have their independence, for crying out loud. This is their human right. Let us first of all deal with the human right that is eating us, grounding us, destroying us, before you start talking about evicting Israel and all that stuff. Let's deal with what is really eating us up, and let's forget about all these outside things. Those things will take care of themselves naturally. When I am peaceful, I will give you peace. Naturally, it comes. You cannot be talking about peace, peace, peace. Let there be peace, peace, peace in Africa without talking about justice. Peace has never happened anywhere by chance. There must be something that brings about peace. And that is what I'm talking about, the cause, before you talk about the effect. This is my submission. It was wrong to evict Israel from there because they came in there with the badge. They were invited. So why will you take them out? Why did you invite them in the first place if you don't want them there? Because they cannot just come without being invited. It doesn't happen like that. They are not stupid. So it was very, very wrong. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, before I go to the next one, I would like to say that if you don't raise your hand, you're going to go down. So now I'm going to invite Paul Easy to speak. Paul Easy.
Yes, my brother. Here, I have spoken before, you know. I appreciate everyone. You know, I thank Dr. Matanga for the privilege. You know, the problem we are having here in Africa, I spoke about it before, but I just want to point two things. It's a diversity, dangerous diversity we have in Africa. That's the problem we are having here. Like the last speaker said, you know, there is no peace without justice. We are talking about here peace without going to the basic root, which is justice. How do we get a peace without justice? It's not going to work. So that's just the bottom line. Like somebody said about Nigeria, Nigeria is technically at war right now. And everybody's keeping quiet. They are saying that all they are talking is all about election. It doesn't work that way. How can they go? And because of that dangerous diversity, that's why the Nigerian situation is very, very deep rooted in a religion tribes. Only one tribes are going all over the communities in Nigeria, sacking the communities, renaming the communities, living in the same communities, and the government is sponsoring all these things. You know, in Saudi Arabia, in UAE or whatever, Dubai, there were some of them that were indicted. Up to now, Nigerian government refused to name those people, and they are called terrorists. You know, like the arms are coming from Turkey, coming from Saudi Arabia. They are not doing anything. So if you keep on saying about Israel, AU and ECOWAS, all of them are corrupt. Who is bankrolling them? I said this thing before. And who employs them there? If we want to get these people out, everybody, every nation has to be out from AU. It should be only Africa. But you can't just kick one person out and leave the rest. That's a discrimination. It doesn't work that way. That's just the gospel truth that we have to face and say the reality. And also AU, EU, all these things, only some tribes are controlling this thing. That's why we are having this issue. They use Bible to swear an oath of office. The Bible have disappointed us. They looted everywhere. They use Quran to swear an oath of office. They still looted the whole resources. So we should forget about religion and based on our culture. So that when they go to our culture, use our culture to swear allegiance of office. If they misbehave, the laws of the land will take its course. I rest my case here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we go to Selat.
Yes, Brad. Thank you for having me on. I'll be listening for the last 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, I wanted to respond to a few people on the stage, such as Goodman. First of all, I want to point out my general 2 pence. I don't believe in a united Africa. This is a fake outrage. The AU is a manufactured establishment for Africa. It's not. It does not represent Africans or Africa. It's just another branch of the EU. Just a few years ago, wasn't there a Chinese secret service that had the whole AU bugged out, surveillance everywhere? So I don't know where this fake outrage comes from. Every country in Africa has a base where the CIA, Mossad, MI6 are based. So I don't know why people are outraged saying, oh, Africa need to be united, we need to kick these people out. And a few people are very anti-religion. Me, as an Eritrean Muslim, I will not unite with anyone outside my religion. It goes for even Horn Africans themselves. So in order to unite on something, there has to be something to be united on. Or even in the past, Africa is just a landmass. We are not united on anything. We can unite in terms of economics, nothing else other than that. We're just a landmass. We're just a few people that just live on the second biggest continent in the world. That's true. But other than that, like right now, if you're giving an example, an Eritrean has never seen a Nigerian only in the 90s when we came to the West. So this fake outrage of this Pan-Africanism, it's just a joke to me. It's a laughing stock. The biggest enemy an African has is not a European. It's another African. Look at all the leaders of Africa who wanted to unite Africa. Who killed them? Did a white man take a flight from New York or London to kill those? No, it was another African that pulled the trigger. So I will fix my village. Then after my village, I'll fix my city, then my country. Then we can talk about unity. But whereas my village is on fire, I am not going to come to help you. Does that make sense? So brothers and sisters, the AU needs to be dismantled. It needs to be destroyed. It's the most fakest, most disgusting establishment in Africa. And that's the thing that's holding us back as Africans. Thank you very much.
All right. We heard you. But I wanted to ask you.
Can I say something?
Go host.
Can
Wait,
I say something?
The host has to speak. Wait.
Co-host. Thank you very much. Mr. Selat. Mr.
Yes.
Selat. Thank you very much,
Yes.
my brother from Eritrea. Shakespeare said, I don't want to go there. Let me leave it this way. I'm a great friend of, of President Zenawi. Isaias Efek. You copy this name and tell him you were on a platform of a man called Dr. David Matsanga from Uganda, the one you worked with in Islington and Highbury in London. When we are together with Ethiopian Relief Agency, and I was the vice chairman of Uganda Relief UKRA, Uganda Community Relief Association. And Esaias was the vice chairman of Ethiopian Relief Association. And Zenawi was the chairman. Dr. Tedros was our cleric officer. He was studying medicine in Nottingham University, so he used to come down for pocket money from us. Brother, it's good you are from there. I want a message. 3/4 of the people dying in the Mediterranean Sea and crossing Sahara Desert, some of them come from Eritrea. What is the problem in Eritrea? What can we do to help Eritrea? First, I disagree with Britain. I disagree with America putting sanctions on Eritrea, because sanctions don't hurt Eritrea. Don't hurt my friend Esaias. He has very nice suits brought from I don't know who buys his suits. A very good suit. When he came to Kenya recently, he has a nice suit. In fact, I just called him. I was away. But I called, he said, oh, I thought you were in Kenya, I would meet you. Let me tell you, a quarter of the people dying in the Mediterranean Sea are from Eritrea. So when you are talking about let's dismember Africa, so how will it look if we are completely dismembered? That's my question to you. If we cannot give Eritrean food, social services, schools, medicine, hunger is striking them. How will we be if we don't know and each country is on its own? Isaias Afwerki is my friend, and let him hear my voice. Modify this state called Eritrea for people to stay. When we are talking in our boardroom in Islington and Highbury, Isaias Afwerki, remember, I used to tell you that all of you will be leaders. And in fact, they became leaders, and I'm the only one who has not become a leader. My friend went to become the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Isaias became the President of Eritrea. Dr. Tedros became the WHO person. He knows me personally. We have talked. When COVID struck, at first I attacked him. Then later on he said, ceasefire. I know why you are attacking me. He's my comrade. All of the people fighting in Tigray, these people are commanders we used to be with in exile. All of the people in Ethiopia, not Dr. Abin, he's a younger man. He never caught a gun at all. So we fought and removed Mengistu Haile Mariam, threw him out of power. The British government gave us support. I can authoritatively say it here. So here we are. When will people stop going to dying in the Mediterranean Sea? If you are from Eritrea, why don't you tell the president of Eritrea, change some things so that people, Eritreans, don't drown, don't die in the Mediterranean Sea? Select. Answer me. You have 1 minute and a half, 2. Tell me what is going on in Eritrea.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to let you know I'm not the biggest Eritrean nationalist, but I will speak for my country. There are problems within Eritrea. You are correct in terms of 1/3 of the people that are found dead in the Mediterranean Sea are Eritrean. The problem does stem from the dictatorship, but the problems of Eritrea will be only fixed by Eritrea. No other African nation who has their own problems is going to fix Eritrea, no matter what they do. Same thing could be said for Somalia. Millions of other countries try to help, or as they say, help, right? Which in quotation marks, because as they say that, but then there's not really much help. Look at Somalia. No one can fix Somalia apart from Somalia. So what I'm basically saying.
Come on, I'm from there, yeah. Wait a second.
Can I just finish what
just
I have to say?
One second. You mentioned us, okay? I'll tell you that the AU is in our country. The Ugandans are there. They came through the OAU. They're fighting now. So there's no way you can say that in Somalia, the AU did not do a thing. Not true. Right now, Ugandans are there. They're dying for us. So I think it's like you're speaking for yourself.
Okay, can I just finish what I have to say? Brother, I don't know.
All right, go on.
All right, brother, I don't know where. You're saying you're a journalist, but your country, the AU, have caused you strife and anything, nothing else but just strife and problems.
No, don't cross that line.
Can I just finish?
Brother, Salet, don't cross that line. I support the AU on peacekeeping because my country, Uganda, has the biggest contingent of Uganda People's Defense Forces who have died more than Eritreans. So please don't cross that line. Because for you, if you say we have done nothing, I also want to ask you, why is it the Al-Shabaab uniforms resemble the uniforms across? Where do they pass from?
Can I just finish
where do they pass from?
There's too many questions.
We are here. We solve it here. Bare knuckles.
Can you just let him finish?
Can I just finish?
Bring in uniforms from Saudi Arabia, through the Red Sea, through Asmara, you give to Al-Shabaab.
Brother.
And you tell us here
Brother.
that there is nothing going on. We are losing people. We are losing Kenyans.
Doctor,
we are
doctor,
losing
can I
Uganda.
just finish?
Don't try here. Don't.
Wait.
Boss,
Can I just finish?
Give you 1 minute.
You gave me a minute.
I give you 1 minute.
You gave me a minute.
Close your argument.
You haven't let me finish what I was saying.
No, you go ahead. But I want you to tell us why the uniform, why Al-Shabaab uniform looks like a Eritrean uniform.
You asked me another question
Tell
before.
us.
Now there's another question. Wait,
we have
you asked
kept
me a question
quiet
before.
about you people.
Brother, you asked me a question before.
Go ahead.
In the middle of it, you've asked me another question.
Yeah, because that is what I am, and I'm an interrogative journalist. I'll interrogate. You didn't know. I'm a terrible guy. I asked
Okay, doctor, let me finish.
And I
you gave me a minute
take
and a half.
no prisoners of lesser minds.
No
Don't
problem.
be a lesser mind. Answer my questions.
You gave me a minute and a half.
No,
Please,
I'll
let
give
me
you
just
a bit
finish.
more.
Okay. You asked me what the problem of Eritrea is. The problem of Eritrea will be only fixed by Eritreans, no one else. Okay, Eritrea might seem to you a dystopian North Korea of Africa, but we have dignity. We're the only country in Africa that has dignity, militarily, economically, socially, everything. Do you understand? So we might not have the riches and all the luxuries of other African countries that are being looted, such as Congo and Kenya. Right now, Kenya's economy mostly is controlled by Europeans and Asians. Uganda is controlled by mostly Asians, brother, in terms of your economy. But what I'm saying to you is, I would rather stay in the same state I am right now, where I don't have no interference from no other countries, such as Europeans. Right? The brother, your co-host Abdi Guled, believes the AU is doing him any good. Brother, the AU are causing you havoc and literally holding your hands while Al-Shabaab wreaks havoc. Only this year, in the last 6 months, your president HSM has destroyed Al-Shabaab using his own military, while the AU are holed up in little embankments and not helping you, brother. I don't know where you say you're a journalist, but you have no idea where you got this news from. Al-Shabaab are being wiped out by the SNA right now, the Somali National Army, not by the AU. The AU have been sitting in your country making $2,000 a month per each soldier for the last 15 years, doing absolutely nothing, brother. Don't lie to yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Should I?
No, wait.
Should I just take
very
over?
much, my
1
brother.
second.
Abdi, wait, I will give you time to speak to this gentleman. Let me tell you, my friend, if you look at the uniforms of Al-Shabaab, do you, as a human being talking today here, even if you are put on a mask of a white person, I don't know why, when you are a black man from Eritrea, where does the uniform come from? The AK-47, where do they pass from? You tell us that you are economically sound. Then why do we have 3/4 of our people drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, running away from the hardship and the dictatorial tendencies of my brother Isaias Afaki? Why? Why are they going there if you are economically sound? So the point that you have made only, there is one thing that you have made. In every market, they cannot lack a madman. But even a madman makes some sense. He might see the person going to steal somebody's property and make noise. You have said something very sensible. AU, where it stands now, does not benefit us much. That's true. But it has done its best to exist. When Madame Zuma was the AU chairperson, if she was there, this mistake of the Israelis that we are discussing today, I tell you, my brother, would not have happened. The AU went wrong when the French, through Morocco, installed a man called Dr. Musa Mohamed Faki from Chad, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chad, who defeated us through corruption, because the woman who was buying the votes was from Morocco. She was the chairperson of Total Oil, who came with new notes from her bank in Morocco in a plane She was paying every African Minister of Foreign Affairs, except Uganda, Rwanda. They never picked the money under South Africa. The rest of the, under Kenya, which had a representative. The rest of African countries, including and Ethiopia did not pick money. They picked money. They elected Mr. Mahamat Faki. The truth is that we elected him. As soon as he was elected, they said they pushed for Morocco to return. He passed it. Morocco has not given Sahrawi independence. As we speak now, they beat those black Arabs because they are black. You hear me? Is that justice? Sahrawis are darker than the Morocco. Moroccans in Rabat, Casablanca, call themselves, they are British, they are Europeans. They are not Africans. We have allowed them to come to bulldoze us like children, and they are doing the bulldozing. That's why you see all this mess is taking place. Why Israel managed to enter the Union headquarters is through Mr. Mahamat Faki himself. He issued the cards for them to enter. Morocco had told him, we want them to enter. There is nobody else. It is Mr. Mahamat Faki responsible for what he did. Because why did you give them cards? Then you come to molest them, embarrass them on the floor. We Africans, we don't want embarrassment. We don't want. We might hate Israel for your own thing. Anybody can have an opinion about Israel. Yes, I'm not happy on some things that they do against Palestinians, but equally Palestinians also are deadly. They also do some other things that are not very good against Israelis. Yes, someone lays a bomb under your car and you are gone. Yes, these things do happen. But we should not import a war of the Middle East. My point is this. The new person who takes over African Union should not import war from Iran or Middle East, bring it to African Union, where we are supposed to look after our hospitals, schools, rivers, forests, and our economies. That's all I'm saying. We have a problem here. We are fighting proxy wars of France. My brother, before you go, let me land by telling you, do you know what Qatar has done in Mozambique? Qatar has now bought Total Oil Qatar Energies. The whole blocks. Do you know how many people have died in Mozambique? How many people? How many people? Wandera, you better do a topic on Mozambique. I will bring you evidence which will shock you. You might not even run the show. Kagame went with troops. And what happened in Mozambique, Cape Delgado, I'm telling you, when it comes one day, history, things will be very, very bad for us. Now, Qatar oil agencies, Total Oil Qatar agencies, bought oil from Total Oil France and the hot gas of Mozambique. They went and created ISIS. You heard that there was ISIS. Somebody said, how could ISIS erupt in Mozambique? You see? And then later on, now they have taken over the oil. Qatar is the one going to milk that gas and oil and pipe it back to its home for the French. The mess in Libya. You tell me, if you're an African, can you not cry tears? A country divided and the AU is watching. Two countries, two governments. AU is watching two governments. A government of General Khalifa Haftar in Benghazi, and another government recognized by AU in Tripoli. Surely, ladies and gentlemen, Africa and the leaders of Africa have now returned home. Everybody is about to reach home. Nobody was left behind. The summit is over, and I think it's only Wandera who has not taken the flight. The summit is over today. Everybody has left home. The way they went, the way they are going out, with an embarrassment of Israel dominating the headlines. When can we change this? Was it the only way? Why didn't we do diplomatically and tell Israel, don't come here, let's finish your paperwork, then you will come later? Why do we embarrass a woman? A woman. At least embarrass a man, but even a woman, a diplomat woman, she could even have fainted. So for me, that is the man whom I wanted to tell has run away because he wanted to hear the truth about his friend who imports the Al-Shabaab uniforms. So for us, we know everything, but we are not going to. Don't try us and say, oh, he's back here. Don't try and say AU has done nothing in Somalia. There's something that has been in Somalia. It has been done. It might not be perfect, but it has done something. At least Somalia will one day stabilize. But it could only stabilize if some country somewhere in the Horn of Africa stops killing people. It went to Tigray, it killed very many people in Tigray. You come back and tell me how many Tigrayans you killed. So please, just stop it. Stop it. We have put back everything for you. Let Ethiopia remain one, united, and that is okay. Thank you very much. Mr.
Okay.
Co-host.
Yes. I think now we should give the mic to Charles Mutamba. Charles Mutamba, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Abdi. And thank you, Dr. Matsanga and all brothers.
Before you go on, I know you're from Zimbabwe, and I'm interested in the issues that are going on in South Africa because of the operation they're trying to make called Dudula. They are saying they want to go out and kill the Africans from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Somalia, and so on. So I would like you to, if you have the chance, to touch on that.
Yes, once again, thank you, Abdi. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga, and everyone on the platform. Number one, the African Union behavior by Dr. Musa Faki is embarrassing, to say the least. Even though Mr. Clayson Monyela, the head of diplomacy of South Africa, stated that Israel has not been accredited as an observer at the African Union. That is not a justification to act undiplomatically and breaching a protocol, international protocol, as we witnessed and we are embarrassed. What it also calls upon for us as Africans is, just like what Dr. Matsanga has mentioned or alluded to, that we should not import geopolitical wars into Africa. We have enough issues as Africa to deal with in our individual countries and as a continent. The issue of the economy, the issue of poverty, the issue of beneficiation of raw materials. We see how the DRC is being exploited ad infinitum. The issue of a cultural renaissance that President Thabo Mbeki alluded to, which should become paramount in shaping the destiny of Africa. Going to the question of South Africa, as Abdi has asked me, I would like to mention that I had an interview with SABC where I stated very clearly that the tragedy of South Africa is that South Africa has become a political Golgotha of Black consciousness and African nationalism. And what an irony of a country which was so promising during the liberation struggle against apartheid, with icons such as Chris Hani, Steve Bantu Biko, Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, and Nelson Mandela, who stated that South Africa has an appointment with destiny, with its African destiny. And now what do we see? Hatred of Africans by their fellow Africans. What happened to the vision of Nkrumah? What happened to the vision of the frontline states? Who has bewitched us? And what is so sad, who controls the economy in South Africa? And who is at the receiving end in as far as the South African economy is concerned? And I also mentioned that the problem in South Africa is also the problem of the legacy of apartheid, the problem of the miseducation of Africans, colonial apartheid education. What we witness today in South Africa are structural issues around the South African education system, the issue of South African ideological consciousness. What President Malema of EFF alludes to. And I also mentioned on SABC that what is happening in South Africa makes the late president of Zimbabwe achieve the position of sainthood in as far as his agrarian revolution is concerned. The situation in South Africa exposes the need for a structural revolution in terms of its economy, so that South Africans can be accommodated in running the economy, in being creators of employment, in being owners of the means of production. Zimbabweans, Somalians, Nigerians, Mozambicans in South Africa are not the problem. But the problem is the structural issues that were not addressed, the unresolved issues of post-apartheid South Africa, where we see that monopoly capital rules the day. And Africans are now turning against each other. When the real problem lies in structural issues. So, I understand we have challenges in different African countries. And indeed, in Zimbabwe, we have issues. We have challenges. But just like what Dr. Matsanga has alluded to, in Zimbabwe, we also have challenges that are related to neocolonialism. We have challenges around Western induced sanctions. And of course, admittedly so, we have challenges around the mismanagement of the economy. And of course, above all, we have conflict in Zimbabwe, which needs to be resolved as of yesterday, so that the drift that is happening of Zimbabweans towards South Africa can be lessened. We need to resolve our challenges as Zimbabweans peacefully and behind closed doors, not to please external forces. You should get me right on this one. We are not doing it to please external forces. Neither are we doing it to please our partisan political party interests, but we are doing it for our own national good as Zimbabweans. Therefore, the issue of South Africa and her neighbors on the continent needs to be addressed as soon as possible by the African National Congress, which is the government of the day, while addressing the structural issues that I've alluded to. And then Africa as a continent can achieve the African Renaissance or cultural renaissance that President Thabo Mbeki alluded to. And then South Africa can also be able to fulfill its appointment with its African destiny. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Thank you, Abdi. That is my response. I yield the mic.
Hello? Yeah, you spoke so well.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, wait, my friend. You speak, okay?
Can I proceed?
You're gonna speak. No, wait. Please
Hello?
wait.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, please. Wait. Okay, now we're gonna give the mic to Springfield.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, can I request everybody who has his phone on when he's not speaking to switch it off? To switch it off, please, so that you allow people and listen to my co-host. Otherwise, the general himself is watching on the side. Is my commander of the battalion. Please, let's be organized and hear more from people. There are good ideas coming out of here. Look at the Zimbabwe ideas. This gentleman is not speaking like the other one of CCC. This gentleman speaks like he loves his country, Zimbabwe. The other one calls upon people to come from out and put sanctions. This one is refusing sanctions, but he is in opposition. So let's listen to good ideas. But don't forget the topic is, was African Union justified to evict forcibly Israeli embassy staff or diplomats whom they had accredited with a badge, or it would have done it diplomatically by stopping them from even appearing near there? That is the question. As African Union got salt, is there salt left in African Union? If salt becomes saltless, is it salt anymore? We have done too many things here. We rotate. I've told you. The man issued a letter not to recognize Tshisekedi. And yet he had sent a delegation of African Union observers, 50 of them. 50. They took over $400,000 to observe the Congo elections of 4 years ago. Then when they came back, they gave him a report. He accepted it. Then later on, he wrote a letter to all presidents of Africa that please don't attend the ceremony, swearing in ceremony of Tshisekedi. Whom is he working for? Is he working for you, Somali man Abdi, who is paying a salary, tax, and the taxman is arresting you, closing your business in Nairobi?
No.
You haven't given them the revenue? Is
No.
he working for Dr. Avery, Charles Mutama?
No. No.
Proceed. That is the trouble. We want to find out where the trouble is. Are we Africans who, even if we hate Israel, we should not treat it the way we treated it yesterday? We could have done it differently. Again, there is also an issue here. Why do we allow on the Palestine and we don't? Let's allow both of them. To go, if we have allowed one, let them sit there, but sit separate. Let them bring no bombs in our AU. Then you allow one, and you are disallow the other one, and you are fighting over our property. No, someone is not doing administrative work properly in African Union. Therefore, we call for his throat. We call for his resignation. And I'm lucky, we are very lucky. I warned you that this thing, the wind is coming. God is talking. The resolution about the political, economic, and whatever they wanted to pass collapsed. Collapsed. The heads of state came back without endorsing anything. There's nothing there left. So, gentlemen, let's talk maturely. Let's not talk too many of us. Respect my co-host. He's a very able man. He's a fighter who has been fighting for the rights of Somali people in South Africa and other places.
Asante sana.
Who are being killed. Take the next speaker.
Asante sana. We're gonna go now to Springfield, if he's there.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So, basically, I wanted to kind of recenter, if you allow me, the debate around the question that is stated in the title about the eviction of Israel, and basically what did the African Union actually, in terms of allowing or preventing the Israeli delegation to attend the summit. I think from the information that we have is that the invitation for the Israeli delegation to actually attend the summit was canceled one day before, right? And it is through the Moroccan delegation that those guys, especially the woman that you see in the video, which is being evicted from the room, actually attended, basically the summit, right? So basically, it was done through the Moroccan delegation, and it's not surprising to me, to be honest. It's not surprising to a lot of people, because one of the biggest advocates, let's say, for the integration of Israel as an observer in the African Union was Israel from the beginning, and this is linked directly to what Dr. Matsanga was saying. Is that actually Moussa Faki back in 2017 was the biggest support, for the integration or the reintegration of Morocco into the African Union. Just as a reminder, Morocco actually left the ancestor of the African Union because of the conflict of Western Sahara at the time, and reintegrated the organization, right, after trying to integrate actually the European Union in 2017 under the, let's say, support of Mr. Moussa Faki, right? So today what we have is actually a network within the African Union, which is actually pushing, or let's say, forcing the African countries to accept the integration of Israel as an observer member. Yes, it is not a full member of the African Union, but they want to integrate it as an observer member, so it can do its lobbying, basically kind of create some kind of coalition, right, to make sure that not only the interests of Israel actually are protected within the African Union, but to make sure that whoever is actually in favor of the Palestinian cause, defending the anti-colonial regime, or the anti-colonial movement against the basically the Zionist regime, is actually evicted either from the organization or is put, let's say, as on a second plan, right, or second level of the organization. So this is basically what they're playing at. I think the fact that it is actually South Africa and Algeria who are actually defending the Palestinian cause and making sure that Israel cannot integrate the African Union is not a coincidence. I think from their history, Algeria has been, one of the most, let's say, significant countries in terms of the anti-colonialism movement in Africa, but also the anti-apartheid, of course, when it comes to South Africa. So I think what we're witnessing today is basically a political war to make sure that the African values, right, that are supposed to be, let's say, protected by the African Union as an organization, as the organization which represent the African people, is basically attacked today currently, and this is why we're seeing what we're seeing today. Some people are trying to force the integration of Israel above the application of the rules of the organization, as they will, and please remember it very well. In the future, you will see that they will try to basically get the Western Sahara, so the Republic of Western Sahara, out of the organization. Going basically above the rules of the organization, right? So this is what they're doing today. I think we have basically two visions of what Africa should be and what the African people should defend, which are basically colliding within the organization. Unfortunately, this is done through some corrupted leaders in the African Union, and Moussa Faki is one of them. I think Moussa Faki today represents really not only the interests of France, but also the interests of Israel, and is playing a very dangerous game into the organization. One of the goals also might be that some countries, including Morocco, are actually playing a game where they're trying to, let's say, make the organization.
Yeah, we lost him, I think. We lost him. Now we're going to go to Mr. Noble. And before you go, I see that you're from South Africa. And I would love you to talk about the issue that we spoke about, which is Operation Dudula. So if you can go on.
All right. There's Abdul. I'm not actually a citizen of South Africa. But like I was trying to raise some questions earlier before Doctor stopped me, I want to ask this question again, because I'm trying to see the reason why they evicted Israel from the AU summit. And it has just a simple, the issue between Palestine and Israel. And just like the other speaker said, we shouldn't bring war from outside into our own continent. So the issue of Palestine and Israel is an age-long issue, which goes along religious line, which goes along original occupants of the land. So if Africa, we have some other nations that are members of Observer Mission, like UK, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and hosts of others, if I may just stop there, then they wouldn't have, in the first place, accepted their request to be part of the observation. They would have rejected it early enough. Two, they would have not have accredited them, because one thing is having a request to be part of it. Another thing is granting them accreditation. Because when you give somebody accreditation, it means he has met all the requirements before you give him a pass to come in. So if they have been accredited, which they have all the requirements, then why did they evict them when they have entered inside the room? So that is the main point. And now, having said that, I'm trying to understand that there are 7 North African Muslim-dominated countries that stood up verbally to object to the Israeli observance seat in that place, and South Africa in particular, who has a long-term relationship with Palestine through their foreign affairs minister, have already said that they back Palestine. For that reason, they don't want to see Israel in that meeting. So I'm saying that the international politics they are playing there shouldn't have arisen, because if we're making peace in other nations, we equally have to make peace in our own country, in our own continent. Just like Doctor said before, the problem in Morocco and Sahel is there. The problem in Somalia is there. The problem in Ethiopia and the Tigray is there. The problem in Nigeria and Biafra is there. The problem in Cameroon and Ambazonia, they are there. And so many other problems which Africa has not solved. And these very leaders did not talk about these problems on the ground. But they are fighting other problems in another continent, which actually does not belong to them. So I don't understand where Africa is going. So having said that, I want to equally speak little about the issue of South Africa and the Dudula movement. The thing is that there is a saying that the child is crying for the food the mother kept for him, and the dog came and picked that remaining piece. So I don't know what the child will do again. So the little food that is left in South Africa are being scrambled by Africans around. The truth of the matter, just like the former speaker.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now take over the full responsibility of the platform. I want to thank my co-hosts to stay online, my co-host Abdi and the Joe who has just come in. Our platform is trying to play now because the French have heard that we are hitting their man in Addis Ababa. So I'm trying to make it stronger through another system. So you will see the system shortly here. I would like Abdi to make your contribution. No, Abdi, you'll stay online, but Joe, make your contribution. You have just come from the United States of America. You have never slept. You were waiting for this. You saw the pictures that came out of African Union. You are an African. You grew up in a Christian family, and which respects the values of humanity. That someone to say they were not the former Algerian foreign minister, Mr. Sibre. Do you know him? That is my running mate. We are not taking chances. We are gonna go for it. Let people who love me in Africa count. Let people who let them count. I will have some presidents counting. Some people love me quietly. My country, Uganda, has agreed. Yes, I put my name forward. I'm not going to. We can run this organization better. We can protect Africa better. We can protect Africa better. You can't go on gonya, begging. When we have tariffs, we say the tariffs. Let's charge 1% of our tariffs, tax-free, charge 1%. 1% deposited in African Bank, African Union Bank. By now, AU should have a bank which makes profit and pays the workers and pays for elections, lends the people, lends African countries money to do elections. And that bank can be banked in every country. There should be a bank called African Union Bank. These ideas should come from the AU chairperson who can present it to the government, to the heads of state. Why should we rely to African Development Bank, which borrows again from our enemy? Have you seen that? Ideas. We need new ideas. This is 21st century. AU itself should. We can create a bank. We can create a sovereign bond. We can sell our own sovereign bond, which can help to actually ease the question of monetary issues that kill African Union. Hallelujah. We are not going to sit here and watch a tall Chadi man eating money from the French DSG intelligence system, being paid he goes to Tel Aviv and he's paid. Then when he sees the guests who paid him coming, he said, block them. Can he explain what made him to even invite Israel? Israel did not come to beg for the invitation. He visited Tel Aviv. All of us saw him on TV. How much did he get quietly? African heads of state went for Christmas in Washington, D.C. Joe, you were there in Washington, D.C. I just want to ask you one question. Is there an African head of state who now talks about the money from America? Where's the money? No, where's the money? Any country that is hearing that America has brought the money, where is it? Don't stop calling our presidents for Christmas presents. Where is the money? Where is the money from America? That's why you see the Chinese come from the East, carry a briefcase, carry their money, carry their general, carry their workers. They start digging the road. Within 2 years, the road is over, and they hand it over. They say, pay later. Yes, pay later. And I was telling Wandera, my fellow journalist, senior younger man here, who conducts a very big African gathering every Friday. Thank you very much, Wandera. I told you that start creating a Chinese tribe in every African country. Because the moment we fail to pay this money, it is going to be chaos. Wandera, didn't I tell you, create a Chinese tribe? Like we created the Indian tribe in Kenya, in Uganda. We are the only countries in East Africa, in Tanzania. They have a tribe. Indians came digging the railway. They stepped here, they stayed here, they are here. Now you think Chinese will go away. If you look in your village, in your country, how many Chinese have produced children now? No, be honest, you Africans on this platform. Chinese have produced children with our women. They are doing it every day, every night, every hour. And they are creating a tribe here called Chinese Tribe of Africa. We better start preparing. In fact, if you give Chinese Karamoja, they will make artificial rain that the desert will go away. Why do we call ourselves that we have China? We have a country called Uganda with Karamoja disturbing us every minute. Give them to Chinese. Chinese will grow that right. You will grow. There will be boreholes everywhere, and our country will stop. Will not have problem of food. Every time I see in Kenya, that country, good country in East Africa, without political prisoners in jail. And Wandera and the people of Kenya who are here, hallelujah, thank you very much. You are the only people in Africa who have no prisoners of political prisoners in jail. The rest of African countries, there are people whose hands, fingers, they can't even use to eat. They can't even touch their families. Thank you very much, Kenya. Keep it. Keep it up, Kenya. Keep it. Keep it up. You have a good record. You might quarrel on the streets, but you have a democratic dispensation, which is growing in Africa. You have never detained the people on political conscience. If you ask a Kenyan when a political prisoner was left in a jail, he will tell you many years. That is great milestone. And African Union should help. Not African Union that should disintegrating us, shaming us. Giving a man from Mauritania to issue a statement of which he doesn't know even English language. by law, lawyers will catch him. He said Israel had applied and the application is under consideration. Then in the second statement, it is sad. Second statement, he said, we told them not to come, but they were here. Then we told them to get out. So, which statement is correct? We have a problem on our hands. The next speaker now, I have limited time, and I'm going to give 1 minute, 1 minute. When you see me coming in coughing, you know I'm cutting you off. Joe from America, be precise. You wake up very early to support me. Let me give you this chance. 2 minutes only.
Thank you, Dr. Matsanga, and good evening to all of you who are tuned in from Africa. Good morning, good afternoon for the folks elsewhere. It's an honor to be talking about our continent of Africa. I would say that the issue was a sideshow. I expected more from our leaders at the African Union, but they indeed used that as a sideshow, I guess, to score some points. But from my opinion is that as Africa, I think we should be as neutral as we can in all these major international conflicts. But I'm not saying that we should not condemn war and violence. As a pacifist, I do condemn war in its various forms. So I do condemn the conflict that's going on in the Middle East. I do condemn the ongoing mistreatment and apartheid that the Palestinians are facing in the Middle East. I also do know that both sides are guilty of so many crimes. And it's been going on for a long time. The other issue I wanted to remind Dr. Matsanga is that before 1948, Uganda had been set aside as a new location for Israel. So we would be having the nation of Israel in the location that is now Uganda. The League of Nations had picked a site. They were actually investigating Africa on the best location to relocate the Jews who are being moved or who are moving in Europe. And they had settled for a possible site southern of Uganda. And the delegation from Israel, they should have been treated with a modicum of respect. We should also look at the people that we are allowing to attend these meetings of the African Union. We do not have any independence because 60% of the African Union's budget is paid by the European Union. You all know that whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So even our efforts to get rid of colonialism and neo-colonialism, they cannot work, especially if
breaking up. You're breaking up, man.
Okay, my can you hear me guys now?
Yes.
All right.
It's
My point is, we cannot have the European Union paying for 60% of our bill, and then we expect to be independent.
The host is trying to speak and communicate. I think he's having issues. Somebody help the host.
Abdi.
Yes.
Yeah, every time Joe comes to the show, you have noticed that?
Yes.
Joe,
I don't know why.
Joe, please change the handset. Change the handset. Buy a nice iPhone. I think the phone you have. Do you do a lot of talk about Africa? And while you are in the States, FBI or CIA on your phone, boss, it is indicating very bad situation down here. Every time you come to any platform, things fall apart. Almost my platform with a huge number of people, they have not spoken. They are about to fall apart. So thank you very much. You have contributed and you have said rightly, but take your phone. You have a problem with it. Somebody doesn't want you to express your views. Yeah, you see, up to now you are still trying to talk when I've already removed you. Okay. There is a man called Gregory.
Dr. David, I was next.
You see, he's there. Where is he? Again. Joe. Joe, just step down. Go down. Go down. Joe, go down, then I bring you back. Go down, please. Just step down. Then I'll bring you back. Okay, Abidi, are you hearing me now?
I was next, right, Doctor?
We hear you, but it's cutting.
You see it, yes, there's another gentleman, another one. That one also has a problem. Their phone is a problem.
I think it's your phone that is the problem, host. The other people, we hear them fine. We don't hear you, but
Yeah, I think so also. So we're gonna wait. Now there's this guy called Drilly. He's been there for a long time. So you come in now, okay?
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. For letting me speak.
Go on.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, your mic is bad. I think your mic is bad. So, Mr. Host, your mic is bad. Mr. Host, Dr. David, your mic is bad.
Yeah. I had more of it was more of a question, but it's just what do you think the biggest achievement for the African Union has been? Because I know they have like a vision 2063, and I don't see them achieving anything on that vision. They said they want to end the wars and stuff. So what do you think has been like the biggest achievement of the African Union so far? Because I don't know, like maybe I don't know about it, but I can't really point to anything that they've done since they were created. So yeah, it was more of a question for the room. But yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, all right. We get it. So I'll give the question to Charles. And Charles, please talk a little bit more about South Africa.
Abdi, can you bring up Sir Gregory? He's a well-known Somali journalist.
Abdi, wait, Abdi. So Charles, go on.
Yes, Abdi. Thank you once again for bringing back the issue of South Africa. I think it's a hot topic right now, and I think I need to make the space aware that it's an issue that can best be solved by public officials in South Africa, and not incense members of the public in as far as promoting what we have been witnessing in terms of vigilantism through the Dudula movement. And also, it's unfortunate that last year we witnessed public officials, and in particular Dr. Popira Matua, excoriating allegedly a Zimbabwean patient in a hospital in Limpopo. So such acts by a public official and on a live video in the reason why there's been an increase in what we can call Afrophobic attacks on other Africans in South Africa. And it is unfortunate that most of these public officials have a history in the anti-apartheid movement, in the liberation struggle of South Africa, and are ideologically aware of the debilitating effects of apartheid and how South Africans in particular and Africans in general were exploited, oppressed, and suppressed, and even miseducated by the colonial system, which we know was not just in South Africa, but all over the continent. And the continent came together, as we are discussing today about the African Union, to overthrow colonialism. And indeed, the African Union needs to take action in making sure that we overthrow neocolonialism and we deal with xenophobia, Afrophobia as a continent, while acknowledging the values of the liberation struggle that continues in face of threats from external forces and in face of threats on our individual economies by external forces, whom we should look at as potential business partners or clients. But as it is right now, in South Africa, Black Africans are merely consumers. And because of that state of being consumers and not being the owners of the means of production, like what the other speaker mentioned or alluded to, they are fighting for the little food that is there or the few opportunities that are there. And tragically so, the low-paying jobs that are there for Black Africans. But we are saying, just like what is happening in Zimbabwe, the land belongs to the Africans. And indeed, our minerals belong to Africans. So therefore, we should make sure that we process the raw materials that come out of our countries and then export the processed products to the east or to the west. So those are the issues that the African Union needs to be dealing with. And like what one Joe has mentioned, not to deal with sideshows or try to import foreign wars into the Union at the expense of the hard issues that we face, the hard issues that we face in the DRC Congo, the hard issues that we face of all our luminaries who were tragically assassinated because of their clarion call for economic independence in Africa, for political independence in Africa. Those are the hard issues that we need to deal with as an African Union, as a Southern African Development Community, as an ECOWAS, as an East African community. We need to deal with the hard issues at the African Union. And indeed, in our individual countries, we need to deal with the hard issues. And not to dwell on minor issues. And not to dwell on a high-stakes game of a winner-takes-all political victory where when one is declared president, And then he forgets about the hard issues and he embraces the East or the West for his or her own gain. So those are the issues that need to be addressed in South Africa. Those are the issues that need to be addressed in Zimbabwe and any other African country. I yield my mic.
All right. Now we go to Thomas J. Thomas J.
Good evening, all.
Yes, my
Good
friend.
evening,
Welcome.
Thank you, co-host Abdi. Thank you for this session. Thank you, Dr. Masanga, for your time again to bring to light the unfortunate African situation, more particularly now that Israel was evicted from the AU summit. Yeah, very well. Israel, yes, it's very unfortunate that they found themselves in a very awkward situation. But again, I think Israel is such a superpower, just to say so, who should have known better to play by the rules. So to have found themselves in such an awkward situation is very embarrassing, very unfortunate, and I want to blame them for their own failure. They should have known better how to apply for participation. They should have known better the culture and practice of this African continent powerhouse, that's AU. And probably for this regard, just good to mention, Africans are yet operating by impunity. So it's not surprising that they were evicted. AU themselves is a body of persons who believes in the absolute persons, nothing else. So to speak, that particular unfortunate incident is very discouraging. Though yes, Africans are very hostile population, but maybe this will improve. Now back to our own situation. AU should do better. AU should do better more than expelling guests that come in attendance. AU should cross the border to be one contemporary institution of economy, a powerhouse that can defend their own rights. For how long are we going to hold ourselves at the behest of the powers that are beyond our waters? It's important that now Africans turn to themselves. It has been mentioned by several speakers, how many wars are we fighting amongst ourselves? If you look at the basis of all these problems, there is nothing so strange about it. It's all about incumbent presidents who want to preserve their persons. It's all about presidents who want to do everything at the end of electorate. Kenya is being celebrated, but we are still having problems of democracy. To say that we are going to agree with strong men just to win democracy is not going to be easy. These persons must be told to their face. They are not going to be what we call the constitutional monarchies at this time of our lives. Kenya and many other nations can do better. The Sahrawi people should come to the table, yes. They must live with the realities that are possible with us. But again, a case like Kagame in Rwanda is doing good. But if you go down there, I believe not all Rwandans are happy. There are some gaps. Same to Zaire. What am I saying? We need to develop and play by our own rules. We are not going to say, today we are praying, tomorrow morning we are waking up with a different ideology to surpass what we have gained. So I'm going to urge ourselves to be strong-minded. I'm going to urge Africans to stand for their rights. The youth that are now the next generation. Dr. Masanga, you'll agree with me. You are more old than I am, but I'm also old enough. Sooner or later, we are going to retire from this platform of being heard and being spoken to. So there is need that we need to institutionalize our rules. We need to practice them. Yes. And that's very important, very urgent. Otherwise, Africans will keep on lagging behind. Yes. Our circumstance that is still relying on food, mere food production is poor. It's very poor. And a hungry man cannot bargain. So we need to do better things. We need to act. We need to feed our populations before we can say we are demanding democracy values. A hungry man has got no choice but to feed almost on anything, which is also very embarrassing. Those are my observations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we go to Springfield.
Wait, co-host, a minute. I want to give this space to the women. The last minutes to the woman, we still have about 30 minutes, 20 minutes to 25 minutes. I want women to speak first. Then there is this gentleman. Where has he gone again? Gregory. Gregory, you keep on coming and running away.
His connection is bad. His connection is bad, and I think, yeah, we'll see if we can get him back.
You know, Gregory, I know him very well. I know him, and I always want to arrest him whenever I find him in Nairobi. But he runs away.
Maybe the submissions are too long, and maybe some people have data problems. Maybe they should shorten their submissions to like 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Let's now go quick. Who is this one who has brought that good idea?
Knife.
It's Charles, I think.
Who?
Knife. Zimbabwean knife.
Oh, Magadie Baba.
Ndiripo Zangu Mdara, thank you for the space. This is very productive.
Yes.
Rule number 1, we have to know our enemy. Israel is not the friend of Africa. Israel has been treating everyone around the world with like they are the god, right? So we need to understand one thing. Israel has been sterilizing Ethiopian black Falasha Jews because they already know that they don't want any of these Jews to continue to be alive and they be the only Jews. The political situation in Southern Africa, this goes back to the days of colonialism. That when in 1960, on May 25, 1963, all these African leaders, young African leaders, met up in Ethiopia with Haile Selassie, and they were going there with the Kwame Nkrumah plan. These guys became vigilantes. They decided to separate from this unity of Africa, and they decided to have this individual rule. So we have African countries neighboring each other in Southern Africa who are playing this game of blind diplomacy, right? You've got the Zimbabwean leader who was up in somewhere in North Africa, and the African leader was telling him, "You have done very well feeding your people in Zimbabwe. It is exemplary. We need to learn from you." But the reality is on the ground, and what these leaders are projecting in the media does not add up, right? So this is the problem we have. We have a network of our own leaders who have an agreement to protect each other and polish and cover up any violations. And if your people flee to my country, we need to catch them and send them back. This is the issue we have. It's not just these guys are working as one big entity. It's why they all stay in power and they all ignore what the other guy next door is doing. So that's where our problem is. First of all is divide and conquer. We have been living for generations with an imaginary line separating us. These white people have left. We remove the imaginary line and we can focus on the jewels and all the wealth in the ground, right? We are focused on each other. We are focused on who belongs where. Why don't you go here? And we can figure out a way to feed ourselves with that same land which those white people became rich on. We have it and we can't use it. So the focus needs to be in healing. Number one, we have this divide and conquer, which we as Africans, we cannot become partners if we have different political views. So right away, it's destroying the fabric where we can't even grow together because our political views become this obstacle for us to do anything together. You know what I mean? It's like we love our politicians so much, we're willing to kill our brothers for our politicians. And we can see what they are doing. We see the whole entire Africa, starting from Haiti. Haiti was the first black country in the world to gain independence. Haiti became the model for the rest of the black world. We are given independence by an agreement that is given to us and written for us by our colonializer. Every single one of us. We are the French Africa is paying reparations right now to the colonialist. Come on, man. So we're gonna fight each other We're going to continue poking each other's eyes out, but we don't see the obstacle. Thank you.
Thank you. You made very serious points. And brother, my brother, Chef, can I call you Mudara? Thank you very much for bringing in a new voice, a deep voice like Obama. So it reminds me of Obama. So thank you very much. From Zimbabwe, I think you have a point there. We are a problem of ourselves. We invite these people, we still talk about countries saying, I come from Uganda, I come from Kenya, or I am a Zimbabwean, or I am this. We are one people. Let's try to get unity first. Let me bring ladies now. And you agree that we need to hear something from our ladies. The lady speaker, Dency from Canada. I believe you are from one of the countries that has suffered recently. If I remember, I can see your face. Either you are from the Horn of Africa, or Ethiopia, or Tigray.
I'm from Rwanda.
Or from Rwanda. Aye.
Yes.
How did I fail today? Oh, no.
All right. Thank you so much for this space. I think it's absolutely a shame that they expelled Israel. Like, I mean, she cannot just come there by mistake. Okay. She cannot just come there by mistake. So it was driven by the hateful, by hate, and it may be some country like Algeria, I don't know, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's what they're saying, Israel, and they should not expel Israel like that. It's just really ridiculous.
Israel is not an African country. Israel was invited by the South African government.
How come they were there? How come they were? She was there. How come she was there? Even if she was not, you cannot just expel somebody. It's just really, it's like you're in the market. You are in the market. You're not in the market. You're not in the market. No, you should not just expel it like this. It's just ridiculous. People are laughing at us. People are laughing at us. No way. No. It's just this is driven by hate. Okay? This is driven by hate. That people who hate Israel, that's what they're doing. That's it. That's it. And it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame that they're doing it. It's a shame. It's a shame. They should not expel Israel. That's what I can say. Thank you.
If I may just give an answer about this, I think the only hate, right, that we can see is the hate towards the Palestinian people. Basically, when you're applying an apartheid, right, system that was actually that the Africans fought, right, in South Africa amongst other countries, when you apply this, when you use the same methods, right, as the colonial states used on the African countries, on the African peoples, right, to colonize on a daily basis by killing, by basically kicking the Palestinian families out of their homes that they had for generations, right? That is called hate. I think
the point is, sir, the point is to evict. This is the subject we are on now. To evict a diplomat who is dead. That is the point.
The question
is
hello.
The person. That is the point. That they plan to evict to humiliate.
I will mute all of you, and I will be the only person speaking from another system. Yes, that is now how I control this. Mr. Abdi, let me control this. It is going out of hand.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Now, please, I want the ladies to speak without interruption. And that is what, give them respect. You are behaving like Muhammad Faki again. Up in the AU. We have invited good ladies here. Then do you know the ladies from Rwanda and Nigeria? are the best ladies on the planet, on the continent of Africa. Now, some of you are causing me even untold suffering. Some people would like to interact here, and you are spoiling it. Don't spoil everything. People want to interact. Let the lady speak. This lady from Rwanda, have you finished speaking?
Yes, I was just, thank you, just for the last time. I think the point is, that's the title. Was the act diplomatically, that is the key word. Act diplomatically. That is what we have to focus on. Is not what the Israel has done. Is not what whatever the other brother was saying. That is not the point. The point is, what did African Union act diplomatically? That is the point. We have to focus on that. So my answer is that, sir, no, that's not how diplomatic works. That's what maybe when you go to the market, okay, and you're not happy people, that's what people uncivilized people do. That is the difference between diplomatically, it was done, it was zero. That's what we have to do. But of course, they just want to humiliate whatever. That's what he does, whatever, like ignorance. So just to follow your title, to stay focused on your title, no. African Union was manipulated by other people. Again, it was a bad move. It was a bad move diplomatically to evict Israel officer or Australian diplomatic like that. It was a zero in poor taste. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like the platform. Tag each other. The people of Zimbabwe, my friend, tag each other. All of you, don't miss this chance of listening to good voices. You have seen the lady from Rwanda. She speaks good English, and she grew up speaking French. Don't you like to hear such a voice on Sunday evening? And you drink your tea very nicely. Don't harass a lady. Don't behave like a Muhammad Faki. Don't look so bad. Yes, Alimata, Alimata, the lady from, tell us where you come from, Dimonekene. Hey, this is Nigeria or Biafra.
Well, good afternoon, David. I'm actually from Sierra Leone. I'm Liberian. I'm Congolese. I am all Africa. So I'm an African woman, right? I'm an advocate and an activist for women and girls' rights, and I'm based in the United Kingdom. Now, there's a Congolese or a Lingala saying...
Hold your fire. Just hold your fire. There is another advocate here.
Yes.
Whom you should exchange good notes. Honorable Jennifer Shamala.
Would love that.
Yeah, she's a former member of parliament.
Yes.
In the 12th Parliament of Africa.
Fantastic.
Of Kenya, sorry.
Of Kenya.
And she was also in the Pan-African Parliament.
Yes,
this is, you can do quite a lot. I know, now I can remember this voice. I know you do quite a lot of advocacy for women, children.
Yes,
you can link up with Jennifer Shamala. She's on the platform. You can exchange.
Jennifer, it's an honor to meet you. And this is why I think I am going to divert my conversation a little bit, why we need women. For some bizarre reason, when men get together, if I use a Lingala phrase here, when two elephants are fighting, it's the green grass that will suffer. This ego that has driven so many of our male leaders, whether in Africa, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, they don't think about the consequences of their actions and what it would mean for the wider society in terms of our position in the world, right? Now, I come from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has had a long-standing relationship with Palestine. We have Sierra Leoneans that are Palestinians. I have relatives myself who are Syrians, Lebanese, and we have a great relationship, and one we have had since the 1940s, 50s, since the revolution in these countries. We also have a relationship with Israel as a country, not so big, but we have through our connections with diamonds and the rest. But this current situation that is going on, I think this was a perfect opportunity for Africa, the African Union, to actually take some kind of leadership, because the discourse, the conversation around the issue between Palestine and Israel, as we know, has been going on for decades. Some of us were not even born when the crisis has been going on. And I personally, this is my personal position on this, I think the West has failed in trying to bring these two countries together. I think other countries have failed in bringing, the United States has failed to bring these two countries together. Now, I don't know personally if they would ever unite in their conflict or whatever it is. But I think personally, this was a perfect opportunity for the African Union to actually try and do something. Because whether we like it or not, this conflict is not a problem for Africa to solve on its own. But I think in terms of diplomacy, in terms of direction, I think there could have been an opportunity here for this conversation to change. Because I have never, in my entire life, I have never seen the actions that Africa has played in trying to bring about peace. I'm for peace and resolution. We need peace in the world. This conflict has gone on. We have seen both sides gone through so much. There are generations that have never seen nothing but strife. They have never experienced peace. And I think it's not fair on the people of Palestine. It's not fair on the people of Israel. The world deserves to have peace. The conflicts that we've seen, because Africa is an example of a continent that has seen similar to what is going on in Palestine and Israel. And I thought we could have used this opportunity to say, actually, we have been a continent that the world has sat, watched us, whether it be the war in Rwanda, whether it be the crisis between Ethiopia and Eritrea, whether it's the conflict that's happened now in Mali, where people don't want to do or act or say or do anything, right? And I think this is where the role of women is going to come in, because we could have got this information, we could have got the message, we could have got the right reaction, rather than this sort of, I call it just male dominance, wanting to flex their muscles to see who's in charge and I just think it's terrible, to be honest. It's terrible. We may not agree on certain aspect of what Israel is doing. And I think for myself, for the people of Palestine, I don't think they even want to see this situation go so far in terms of the next generation. Another 40 years of this, another 20 years of this. So I just think it would have been a perfect opportunity. You don't have to expel Israel. I think Africa, just doing the African thing, just as we would have done in our days of trying. Let's take Rwanda, for example. We do the Gacaca kind of trial. You are in Africa. This is what we do. Your brothers, you're fighting each other. Israel and Palestine are brothers. You have to stop this fight, because the people of Palestine have never seen nothing but strife. Israel has his argument, but has gotten away because of its relationship and its connection with Europe and America. But Israel hasn't got that relationship with Africa. And I think this is where Africa could have turned this whole thing around. But again, I don't know what it is, because we don't have information to suggest that there was any influence, or maybe it is a cop-out. We don't know. But I would like to see perhaps another direction into this conversation, maybe another summit, another meeting where Africa takes the lead. But to expel, for me, is almost like throwing petrol made perfect. I hope you can hear me. So I'm for peace. I'm for resolution. The people of Palestine have been through so much. I remember as a child, Arafat went to Sierra Leone, spoke with Sierra Leoneans, we were in support of the conditions that the Palestinian had faced for years. Likewise, Ishaq Rabin went to Sierra Leone and met Sierra Leoneans. We are a country of peace. My city, Freetown, was founded for free slaves. And I think we can do it. Africa can actually bring some kind of peace to this continent, the countries of Israel and Palestine. And I hope that could happen. It's my wish that it happens so that the next generation don't get to experience what is going on in the region. And Faki could do better. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You made your point, Madam. And I want you to continue having contacts with Honorable Jennifer Shamala. She has seen you can exchange, tag each other. You have a point of redemption strategy. In summary, what you have been saying is a redemption strategy. Kachacha courts. Kachacha courts. In Rwanda, those who killed are staying together with those they killed. And the nation has moved on. Yes, that lady there speaking from wherever she is, some of the relatives have married those who killed their parents. And the nation has moved on. What kills Africa, what brings chaos, we don't have what we call a redemption strategy. And for me as a teacher, lecturer, I do give notes. What is a redemption strategy? What is redemption? The redemption strategy in the conflict resolution is 1, accountability. 2, truth-telling. 3, restitution or reparation. You see, are you getting them? 1, accountability. No. 1, truth-telling. 2, point number 2 is reparation, restitution. 3, reconciliation. You tell the truth. You ask for forgiveness. You reconcile. You account. Then number 5 is the most important one. After you have got all those components, you heal. Healing is what we call a redemption strategy. It encompasses all those 4 items or 5 items. Before, what is killing Congo today is the lack of reconciliation, is the lack of a redemption strategy. The Congolese of the West don't want to see the Congolese of the East. They call the ones in the East Rwandese or Tutsi. If you can see the commanders of M23, they tell you we are being persecuted because we are tall. Hello? You are not God. Just calm down, reconcile, tell the truth, account. Why South Sudan is still in chaos? Do you know why it is in chaos? We did the agreement upside down. We did not do accountability. Like in Rwanda. In Rwanda, we took those who did heinous crimes to Arusha. In Uganda, the peace process that I personally led, I brought in the word reconciliation. Museveni, for the first time, agreed to reconcile. I took back from the forests of Congo 82,000 men and women. Some are serving in the army, in the capital city of Abidi. half of the a quarter of the UPDF are former soldiers of the Lord Resistance Army. Did you know that? Did you know that? They are there in Mogadishu.
It is true.
My mouth, this mouth you hear, which brought those people on planes. They all came back. They were given amnesty. They were forgiven. They said, we are sorry. Those who wanted to go back to dig, to farm, to do business, to go to school, to go to the army, to do whatever they wanted. Some are doctors. Some are commanders of the army. That's what we have done. We have a tried record on earth. So this thing of Israel and Palestine it has a lot of components, very serious components. And if you allow it to come on our African Union in that hall of ours, we have a problem. You cannot invite the Israelis and then you tell them, you embarrass them. I'm telling you, I have been in Tel Aviv, I have been in Haifa, I have been in Jerusalem, I have traveled as a Sky News consultant for Sky News, the whole world. They don't forget. What they have seen today there in the African Union yesterday, they will not forget. The embarrassment, especially to a woman. That lady is a woman. She looked so, it was an embarrassment for me when I watched from the television. Why didn't we just politely tell her, don't come? Mr. Knife from Zimbabwe, if your person from Zimbabwe was done the way you want to be done, in front of you, looking at your hairstyle, you could be the one drawing out a gun to shoot someone.
But to be honest, first of all, Israel has nothing to do with Africa.
We know, we understand, Mr. Knife, we understand. But we African, even you, we have respect for other people. We don't operate like that. No. You call them, you give them a card, tell them not to come in the compound.
I think it was a political statement, but I see this guy named Fidgetal down there, the guy with his hand up. He's a very good commentator, and I think he will be a different
I am going to give him a chance. Don't speak on his behalf. I know him very well. He's one of my few supporters on planet Earth. Cecily is my good supporter. So let me move on. We have very little time. You are persuading me to even increase time because the thing is touching Africa. Don't embarrass. Was it
so? Legacy. What you don't know is that I'm actually African as well, and I know that comes off as controversial, but I am South African.
Who is this? Who is this speaking now?
This is Fidgetal.
Yeah, you are an African. I have no problem with you. I have not refusing to call you. I'm about to call you.
Excuse me, can I speak? I've been raising my hand for an hour. I'm the first who has raised his hand. Can I speak, please? I've been waiting for 1 hour.
I'm going to give this man who is making a lot of noise, thinking that we are discriminating him because of the color. It's because of your picture.
It's because of my picture. I'm sorry if you don't like my picture. I'm
no,
sorry for that,
picture, but because it looks, nobody doesn't hate it. We don't hate it. But can't you look the way Matsanga looks? I've never changed my looks. But there are people who put women's pictures here when they are men. And when you call the name Sir, he says, no, I'm a wife, I'm a woman. Don't you know that? That is very strange also. Africans, let's have manners. Allah. You have the microphone, sir, from South Africa. Then let's have Mwaura from Kenya, Mr. Figito from South Africa first, Mwaura, Cecil, Eddie B. And then now I'm coming back for summary, parting shots. Let's now begin with my brother from South Africa.
Out of respect, I'll go to Springfield first. I was not here long enough. Springfield, please go first, and then I'll go after. If that's okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to react on what was said about this particular matter, right? So basically, I find it very strange, right, that we are actually that some people are actually shocked by the fact that the representative of Israel was actually evicted or expelled, as some people said, from the summit, right, from that meeting. Well, actually, nobody is shocked of the fact that she was even there in the first place. That's actually very, very strange. What was she doing there? She didn't receive an official invitation. You need to know that particular representative.
No, Spring, Mr. Spring. No. Don't take us back there.
But this is
no. No, wait. Hold. I'll give you time to speak.
Yeah.
Let's clarify one thing first. To enter the African Union compound, I am telling you in the name of God, from the gate, if you don't have a badge, nobody will allow you to go in.
That's absolutely true. I agree with you. And
let me finish. You are now blaming her that she found herself there because you don't just like her. I know you. You are now hiding in those commando units. I know you. You don't like them. Yes. And I'm honest man. Even if you don't like Israelis, let's talk about this. They are human beings like us. Me, I like them. And I like Palestinians too. I'm non-aligned. They are all human beings. You cannot enter African Union without a badge on your chest. Someone got the intelligence that African heads of state, you are losing the job tonight. But he had already, the African chairperson of African Union, Dr. Musa Mahamat Faki, a man from Chad, traveled to Tel Aviv, invited the foreign ministry of Israel to come and travel, go to Chad, go to where you saw them going. My friend, I'm a student of international relations, which I passed with a first-class honors, not second class. I have studied international intelligence systems. Mr. Muhammad Faki went to Tel Aviv. He told these people, we can do it. He underestimated the power of the African Union, heads of state. These Israeli people came well organized, knowing they were going to be admitted. How do you cancel their invitation?
Okay, may I answer?
One day before. And Mr. Spring, you know I support you on Polisario front. So don't annoy me. I would not change. Even if you annoy me.
I'm Algerian. I'm not Sahrawi. So that
no, but Algeria supports Sahrawi.
Yeah, but I'm not Sahrawi. I mean, my country is already in.
Yeah, you are in your country. That's why you are in the army. You don't care what Morocco does to them, isn't it?
Please allow me to answer this particular
1 minute
on the African Union. Please give me
1 minute.
Okay.
Yes,
okay,
and let it be credible.
Indeed, what you said is true. I agree with you on the fact that indeed they cannot enter the African Summit meeting without having a badge and accreditation, etc., right? So that's a very good question. So how did they get there? Knowing the fact that Israel was not admitted yet as an observer state in the African Union. So there are two possibilities, right? The first possibility is that another country gave them the accreditation in their name. So basically, they entered that meeting with a badge of another country, right?
Which South Africa, and Algeria. They are the ones who gave them that status. South Africa and Algeria. Google it. They're the ones who gave Israel.
I think you're mistaken about this, because South Africa and Algeria are actually the countries which basically were against the fact that Israel was in the African Union. That's the opposite. But I think the possibility is that basically another country gave them the accreditation, right, to get in, or they did indeed get invited in the African Union.
Can you be okay, Mr. Spring? Can you be candid?
Can you let me finish? Can I finish?
Let me be candid. No. You are beating about the bush.
So is this censorship? Is this censorship?
Wait, hold the fire.
Is this censorship? Can I finish?
Let me tell you the country that you are talking about, Morocco.
Let me speak. Let me finish. Is this democracy or can we speak? Can we?
No,
finish?
you can speak. It's my platform.
Okay,
but
can you please let me finish now?
I've given you. Excuse me. I've given you a lot of time to speak here, but don't tell lies.
Even 30 seconds before being cut. Can I finish my
sentence? Because if you are misleading my platform, I'm not
misleading anything. Let me finish, please.
Okay, fine.
Or you censor me and get me out. Censor me.
Yes, you are misleading. You are misleading. You are misleading.
Let me finish my sentence. I'm saying.
Go on.
You have two possibilities. Either they were given an invitation by through another country, or directly through the African Union, ignoring the fact that they were not an observer state in the African Union, meaning that in both cases, right, the rules of the organization were actually breached. They were not respected. So who is actually disrespecting the Africans in this case? Is it Israel who's basically ignoring the rules of the organization and taking everybody for a fool, right? Or is it actually the people who actually made sure that the rules of the organization were respected as they were written and agreed upon by all the Africans? This is the real question that we should be asking. And being shocked about the
I get you. We got you. Thank you. Okay. I've got your
Am I right
reasoning.
or not? Am I right or not?
No, you are towards Jerusalem.
Okay.
No, okay. Wait, you are towards Jerusalem, but you are still in Jericho. So you haven't reached Jerusalem yet.
No, I don't think you take this very seriously, to be honest.
No, I'm taking it seriously. You have got a point.
I don't think so.
The point. Can I summarize the point to the platform, please? Give me time.
Please go ahead.
And also don't be militant here on my platform. I'm a soldier like you. And maybe of a higher rank. I left with the rank of a brigadier general. So when I'm talking, you keep quiet. Okay? So let me tell you one thing. What the gentleman is saying is either the Israelis stole or fictitiously, fraudulently, he wants to say fraudulently got the cards that took them in. And in that case, he finds them as culprits who should have observed the rule of law by not getting those cards to go in. Now, as a lawyer, I want to dismiss that notion. As an international lawyer, not criminal, because if you commit any crime in Algiers, I will not help you. I want to turn it the other way. The other version, which is clear, is from gate number 1 to gate number 2 of the main building, you must hold a card. And that card shows your country and where you are going. Either you are an observer or a delegate of the country, or you're a VIP. Your card you are told, show us the card. Now, what exactly happened from inside? What the reports from the office of that chair of the chairman, because I have my good informers there. Very nice, well-organized system. If you go to my website, which is already printed here, you can see the intelligence report that I published, which I gave Kagame a copy, and Kagame went to fix. It is there. You can read them and print them out. Until Muhammad Faki had to agree, he was doing sex for jobs. He would ask women to go to a hotel before he offers them appointment. The people in the African Union, you saw that report published. What happened is Muhammad Faki had already done a deal for America, for Israel to be admitted. South Africa, Algeria, Lesotho, Botswana, and another country. stood up and said, no, we have a problem here. How did they first come in? How did you reach the deal to admit them without consulting us?
Very good question indeed.
And then from there, they said they are even here. So the chairperson of African Union became senseless like a chicken that has fallen in water. You saw him even embarrassed. Did you see Muhammad Faki embarrassed? Like even Dodo, you know, Dodo is this green vegetables eaten, which is silent while we are chewing it.
Yeah, but please tell us why he was embarrassed. That's a good.
Because it looks, he was embarrassed because he had already admitted them quietly.
Exactly. So basically, the countries that basically make this organization, which are the African countries, you know, as a whole.
Yeah, I ceded my time. I ceded my time. I ceded my time. I'm done ceding my time.
So you
legacy. You can silence spring.
Hey, boss from South Africa. Hey.
No, legacy. I gave up my time, but now it's taking too much time. So I'm kindly requesting.
You weren't given it to control me myself here. I'm giving you time. I've told you you'll have the time you want.
Fair.
But let's agree on that.
Just allow me just to conclude in 10 seconds.
Yes.
I have to leave, unfortunately, but I will.
So that you are right. That is how things worked there.
Yeah, let me just conclude, please, sir. Like I will conclude and I will leave and give the time that is due to Phygital, right? So the current status of basically this candidacy, right, for Israel as an observer state in the African Union, right? What is the current status after indeed the chief of the African Union was basically put in front of his responsibilities? Today we have a commission, right, that was formed of seven member committee, basically by 7 countries. You have Senegal, you have Algeria, South Africa, Rwanda, Cameroon, Nigeria, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, right, who have basically to statute about this. I mean, they have to discuss, and we need to have a unanimous decision on the issue, right? I think if the fact that Israel was in the African Union as an observer state in the first place was indeed legal and normal, right, and agreed upon by everyone, we wouldn't have this commission in this committee in the first place. This is all I want to precise for our audience, and thank you very much for your time. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you very much. My friend from these guys as a
I'm from Algeria, by the way. I'm from Algeria. Thank you. Bye.
Yes, I know, and I am your former minister of Foreign Affairs, Sibre, is my running mate. So we are on it. One day I will be in Algiers, and I look for you. Let's exchange the numbers.
You're all welcome to Algeria, by the way. You're all welcome to come and
yes,
you'll be treated in the best way possible, of course.
I like going to the square of Benabera. I like to look at the statue of Benabera statue. I like looking at it and waving at him. Thank you very much. Now,
thanks,
Mr. South Africa, you have been pestering me. I am about to close this platform, but Mwaura, Cecil, who else? Eddie. Kennedy, you are in the African Union, and I would have liked for you to come up here to sum up lastly for us, but you came, then you went back. I just ask you, Kennedy, my land friend, a journalist of very high repute, to come up, and you were there, you saw what happened. So, Mr. South Africa, just 1 minute or 2, talk to us. You have disappeared again.
I'm right here, dude. You there?
Yes, go ahead, boss.
So I just counted. There's 70 people in this space right now to listen to me speak on things that are other than blockchain technology and crypto and tech. I'm also a fellow attorney, by the way. So nice to legally meet you. My questions, and do I have permission to speak freely?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm heavily anti-religion.
As long as you don't abuse people, don't insult anybody.
I don't abuse or insult. I'm heavily anti-religion.
Just talk about the AU, man.
I am. My question is, what is the affront? What is the violence that is even a discussion as to why Israel should or shouldn't be a part of discussions that I hope and believe would lead towards financial, technological, and integrational prosperity for the African continent. And I say this from a very specific point of view. Yes, I am South African. Yes, I am Jewish. Yes, I have lived in both Africa, whether it be Morocco, South Africa, and a number of other southern African areas. What I have seen in terms of the advancement of financial and integrative benefits for my brothers and the people around me has been incredible. The advent of Uber throughout Africa in general, whether Ghana or wherever I've seen and experienced, has been incredible. My question fundamentally is, what is the purpose of expunging or expelling? Forget the legal specifications. Forget they didn't have access, not access. I understand, and I'm not going to get into the details of the legal confines. What's the specific harm of having Israel involved in conversations that most likely spreads prosperity? And two, what's the ideological desire to hamper integration across all people? There are no quote unquote Israelis. There are no Arabs. There are no Jews. There are no Christians. We are all one people trying to do the best for everybody. And I'm getting down, like literally thumbs down. So my question is, at the core, and I really want to understand, what's the driving force for not letting Israel into the AU?
It's an apartheid terrorist state. It shouldn't be there. They have no business in African affairs.
How do we get rid of apartheid? How do we get rid of apartheid? Is we all grow together, right? So we stop looking backwards.
Order.
The accreditation was removed.
Order on my platform, please. Order. I don't want to mute, to drop all of you. Some of you who are talking when others are talking. Let this man in South Africa execute his. Have you finished, my friend?
I think he's gone.
Yeah, but you are interrupting him, Mr. Co-host. Leave him to finish his
It was not me, it was Cecil.
Yeah, Socio, if you interrupt him again, Cecil, leave him. We know what he has done. Don't fight a man who is already down. You see? Just leave him. I know what it pains a lot between Zimbabweans themselves. The Zimbabweans who are being mistreated in that part of Africa. But don't fight. Don't fight on this platform. We have better ways of resolving it. You saw Mnangagwa was meeting Ramaphosa. And they are resolving some of those issues. So don't worry. Don't worry about it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to come to an end. Always an end has got a lot of problems. And if you are not careful, the pot always breaks at the doorstep. But I'm not going to accept the boat to break at the doorstep. I have handled it so well since 2 a.m. and I'm still here. I'm not tired. I'm 68 years old, but the old horse is still going on, very strong. In a cold area of United Kingdom in Southeast London, in a place called Surrey. Surrey, if you know what England is, It is the only place where a man like Dr. Matsanga can live. So thank you very much. I just want to cool you down, that when somebody is making his point, please leave him to say, this platform we are creating for other people. Then wait for your chance, then say it. Say what you want. You see, you are making beautiful ladies like the lady from Canada, of the Rwandese. She might not be able, to take, your DN, your DN. No, she might not even give you her address. Why are you men always quarrel over smaller things? Why don't you be happy like Matsanga? At 68, I'm still very happy. Even when my firstborn meets me, he says, Daddy, hide, hide, hide. They will think you are my brother. You know? Thank you very much. I want you Africans to learn the sense of humor, that it is the only thing that can keep you alive, strong, educative, the tools of analysis. Most of you who are in the diaspora don't work hard without going to school. Go to school. The universities where we are open. These subjects are taught there. If you have a chance, go to. And they told me that we are not building a house in Uganda. I said, Museveni might be there 40 years to come. So how will I sleep in that house? And indeed, I predicted right. The guy is still there. So instead, what I did, this is a practical, experience. I went to school with the Professor Wachikoya. I caught Wachikoya and I took him to school. He was digging graves in Camden town. And he tells everybody the truth. I went and I found a Kenyan digging graves. I said it is an abomination for African to dig a grave. Eh? No, let's go. And you become my bouncer at my nightclub. I created a nightclub, one of the best in town up to today. You can Google it, Club 791 on London Road in Thornton Heath. That is Dr. Matsanga. There's a legacy. And therefore, there are things, go slowly. Don't be annoyed with others. Now, there's a gentleman who has not spoken, Mwaura. Then we have Ade. There's Mwaura. Is this telephone from Kenya, surely? This is your...
Daktari habari.
Okay, just go ahead.
Mzuri sana. Mzuri sana, yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've been waiting, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to say something. And first of all, I want to declare some kind of interest. One, I believe all men are created equal by God. So we are all equal. That's a point that no one can dispute. And number two, I'll speak, yes, why they were, was it a diplomatic act, why they were evicted, but also somebody who has really worked and continue working with Israeli. They really have, their technology has really helped me, and I still work with their companies in the field of agriculture, fisheries, water, cyber security, and logistics. That's the areas that I'm most involved in, and livestock. So these are my good people. These are people who are I have a lot of Jews who are my personal friends. I cannot account the times I've landed at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. I can't count. Maybe 50, 60. I cannot count the number of times I've landed there to do business with those companies and bring them to help me in their technology. So, and from what I've heard from the space today is that most people don't really understand the problem between Israel and Palestinians. They really don't have, they are clueless. Because the problem is just one. I can say just one sentence. The Arabs don't want to see the existence of a Jewish state. Period. That's nothing but the naked truth. See it from where they started. After it was formed, the Arabs they came against Israel state, they were defeated. Look at what happened in 1967 during the 6-Day War. Syria
Syria, Egypt, Arabia, Tunisia, Saudi Arabia, they all over their military might to come against a very tiny state of Israel. Within 6 days, they were already reached by a tiny state of Israel. So the problem between Palestine and Israel is that the Arabs don't want to see the existence of a Jewish state, period. You can dispute that, but I'm not here to dispute with anybody. Number two, you can call them apartheid, but you can see the number, how many terrorists they come from the West Bank, they kill the Jews there. So that is the truth. They don't want to see the existence of a Jewish state. That's why you hear countries like Iran saying that we are going to wipe out Israel from the face of the earth. They won't accept that. Israel won't accept that. And also, if you see the way the Israel have really helped this world in the area of agriculture, which we need in Africa, medical field, cyber security, agriculture, or name it, medicine, name it. They have really done wonders. So it's a country that has done wonders. And I agree with somebody who has just spoken from South Africa, who has said that since in Africa now, what we need is their technology. We need to do farming. You see, farming is a major key thing in Africa. We need medication. We need cyber security in Africa. We need a lot of technology. Why don't they come there and they help us? We forget about what they are doing there between them and the Palestinians. And those people at the AU, they are pretending to be AUs. Those are inside AU. Why? I've never heard of them saying, let's now discuss what is happening in Cabo Delgado, in Mozambique, the killings that are going there. I've never heard of them. Let's sit down now and seriously have a discussion of what am I going to do about Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where women, children are being slaughtered, about Boko Haram. Dr. Masaga has been very vocal on that. What is happening in Nigeria? Boko Haram killing people. What has been happening in Tigray region, in Oromia? They don't talk about that. But yeah, they are chasing away people from Israel. They are pretending to be angels, but they aren't. They aren't angels at all. So there are better ways to solve issues, Dr. Masanga. I think, in my opinion, what could have happened, okay, they are there. They just sit for that one season, and then they call them. They don't come back here. Let's not embarrass ourselves as Africans. Let's not embarrass ourselves. Just don't educate them the way you did. It's a very, very undiplomatic way. That's not how you handle things. If Dr. Masanga, I give you a card and I invite you to my wedding, I give you a card, then maybe somewhere my in-laws from my wife's wife, I don't want you. They don't just come and eject you from my wedding venue. No, there's a way to do things. So they could have, I don't see what it could have cost the African Union to allow them to stay there until the meeting is finished, but they give them money in a secret way that next time don't come this and this. Let's not embarrass ourselves, honestly. This is not an African way of doing things. We can do better than this, Dr. Masanga. Thank you very much for giving me. And next week I might fly in London, so I'll come to you and we have coffee together, Daktari.
Asante sana mzee.
Yeah, karibu.
Nakusalimia sana.
Na mimi nasalimika sana.
Can I go next?
Wewe mtu wa wapi
I haven't
sasa?
had a chance to speak.
Mtu wa
Thank you
Kenya?
very much.
Yeah, mimi nimetoka Kiambu County.
Okay, thank
Wapi
you very
Kenya
much.
wapi?
Gatondo kwa mkubwa.
Hey, Abidi.
Wewe ndugu
Abidi,
yangu.
Yes, sir.
Not everybody understands Swahili here. Translate.
He's asking me where I'm from. Where I'm from in Kenya, and I've told him I'm
Yes.
from Kiambu County in Gatondo area, where
Yes.
Jomo Kenyatta came from,
That
and
is-
also the president was just
that-
out of his Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm from that
that is-
village. We can borrow thoughts with each other.
Okay, can't you say that you are from a colonial country called Kenya? Because we have a colonial boundary called Kenya. Kenya is one of, ladies and gentlemen on the platform, clap for Kenya. Kenya is one of the countries in Africa where you don't find a political prisoner, a prisoner of conscience. You only find prisoners who steal chicken, who steal goods, those who murder people, those who do bad things, but not political. You can disagree with somebody, you can write and insult that person, but Kenya is the only country where I've not seen a political prisoner. And perhaps South Africa also, there are no political prisoner or politically instigated people who say, I want my right, and they was taken in without trial. Some of the African countries, like Nigeria, it should just, I don't want to talk about it. It is a long subject that I don't even think elections will. Thank you very much. Now we have come almost to the tail end of our show, our Twitter space. I want to change.
Can I have a minute?
I want
to say something, please.
Yes, I'm going to give you now. I've not anybody who is up here is going to speak, especially ladies. We want more women. You have been speaking men for a long time. I want you, when you come on the platform, give us solutions, the way forward. What can we do to better our African Union? Thank you very much. I start with Cecil.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 1 second.
You see, you are not even ready. Which country is this with this flag?
I'm from Sierra Leone. Thank you very much, Dr. Masanga, for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, Sierra Leone, the land of the free people, free.
Absolutely, I'm a descendant of one of them. I'm a
no. I think you are a descendant of Africa. They took you there, then they brought you back.
That's right, absolutely. I'm very happy to be back. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to deal with the point that this other gentleman made earlier on. I was deeply, deeply troubled by it. Yes, Israel should never have been invited to, given the status of an observer in our African institutions. We all know about the activities of Israel in the Palestinian territories and their human rights violations. The recent government that had actually taken power in December, we know what their intentions are. They decided to annex Area C of Palestinian territories, which means that they're going to suppress the Palestinian a lot more. They're going to deprive them of the right to have an independent state, deprive them of the right to live a dignified life. So I think when people come here and start saying things which are inconsistent with the reality on the ground, I find it very, very annoying, very irritating, because people should spend some time reading about what's going on the ground before expressing a point of view on a particular subject. Why should Africa, a continent of people that have suffered oppression for centuries, we've been enslaved, we have neocolonialism going on in our continent now, and we have our resources exploited, and why should we associate ourselves with an apartheid state? South Africa knows its history. South Africa was oppressed for many, many years, and South Africa took the right step. I'm very disappointed that lots of African nations did not come out and voice out opposition about this nonsense. When I first heard about it, I thought it was a joke. I didn't realize it was something that was actually happening. And then I heard about South Africa and Algeria, and I was thinking, where are the other nations of Africa? There are 55 of them. Why is only 2 voicing out the opposition? Israel should not be there. And my understanding was on the 16th, Israel was notified that the invitation that was given to them has been rescinded. What they should have done was to comply and understand that the invitation has been taken. They should not have attended the meeting. It shows the level of disregard that they have for African institutions, that they had to use the pass or whatever permission was given to them, notwithstanding the fact that they were notified that they should under no circumstances attend this meeting. I find it very troubling, but they were disgraced, and that's exactly what should happen to them. We as a continent, we as a people have to send a clear message that any nation on this planet who oppresses its population, who oppresses other people that lives under its occupation because of their skin color, because of their ethnicity, would under no circumstances whatsoever be invited to our institution, would not be given a platform with which to preach their hate and their divisiveness. What are they doing in our continent? What does Israel have to offer African people? Nothing, absolutely. Instead, Israel was trying to help South Africa to acquire nuclear weapons. Why were they doing that? To harm the African people. So Israel, in all of its history, look at what they're doing to the refugees that came through the Sinai Peninsula. They're mistreating them. They have no love for Africa whatsoever. They're one of the racist nations on the face of this earth. We have their track record, and their level of barbarism, their level of evilness, the level of human rights violation is going on every single day. Yesterday night, we saw they attacked Syria and they bombed Syria. We know that last year, the amount of Palestinians they killed is the highest since 2015. So we have to understand this fact. We as African people, we are very compassionate people. We have a heart. We know how to empathize with people who are going through suffering. We must not let the Palestinians down. We must resist every attempt.
Thank you very much. You've done very well.
Thank you.
And you should know, I am not cutting you short. You've made your points, which I'm hearing very well, loud and clear. But you should also know that we have also supported the Palestinians for a long time. We have stood by Palestinians for a long time.
And they also supported South Africa during the apartheid.
Do you know they don't want us to, South Africans don't want us to say that. Hey, if you say that, boss, they will not like to hear you. They will throw you out of their platform. They supported the Palestinians. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk soberly. We have been supporting Palestinians for a long time. Yasser Arafat got support from most African countries to even open up an embassy in the United States of America, which was impossible. Now, we are looking for a global world, a global village where people live. I wouldn't like to go to Tel Aviv to worry with my British passport or with my American passport, or walk in Ramallah, the capital city of Palestinian people, or walk anywhere in Syria or in Lebanon. When you're an African, a black man like Matsanga holding an American passport, when someone stops you and they say this, you don't sleep properly in your hotel. Look, some of these things we are self-inflicted wounds that the West brings upon some of these places. And I want to educate people and speak frankly about international politics here. Just give me 1 minute, I tell you, was Syria not stable? Syria was stable. During Obama's regime, Syria was very stable. Very stable country. We know its operations. We know Assad, the father. We know Assad, the son, what they have done. The aid, the support they give to Hezbollah. That one is known, everybody knows. But Syria was stable. At least Syria was stable in terms of their people were in Syria. They were there. Syrians were in Syria. And I want you to look at the new world, where Britain is crying of refugees. Where are the refugees coming from? Who are the refugees drowning in the English Channel? Anybody here who has studied this subject more than I have, come up and challenge me. Where are the refugees coming from?
The Middle East, yeah. Everyone knows that.
No, don't say Middle East. Syria. Syria. The biggest number of refugees now held in France, in Calais, those who want to cross into United Kingdom are from Syria. Wasn't Syria stable? It was. The French went and killed it. You remember the first country that attacked Damascus? Do you people remember? The first country that attacked Damascus was France, Paris. It said Assad had nuclear weapons. And time has come for us, if you want to discuss Middle East politics, let's start. Where are these nuclear weapons that our Western powers keep on telling us they are somewhere in Libya? Where do they keep them? Are they the one causing earthquake somewhere? Where are they? Please, when you come to intellectualism, we can discuss until the cocks come back home. Who destroyed Syria? The West. Obama armed Al-Qaeda. They gave arms to Al-Qaeda, ISIS. They created ISIS that later on developed its head and went as far as Iraq. Do you people forget these things? Were Syrians looking for asylum in Britain? How many? Very few. Maybe you can count the number to 200, 500. Counting the number today. The people that they want to fly to Rwanda to this lady, where is this lady gone? The lady from Rwanda. They want to fly.
Priti Patel?
Yeah, no. The lady from Rwanda, who has gone, dropped, she's down here. They want to take refugees, Syrians there. Syria was a peaceful country. The West went and destroyed it. It remained a shell. Russia came in and protected Syria. Now, where does the problem come from? What we are trying to avoid, we as Africans, what we are trying to avoid, and let me be very frank, is to avoid that war. I can see my daughter is on this line. My beautiful daughter is here. She has come but late. She was working. Let me bring her up here to be a co-host. Where are you? I can't see you now. My daughter, Hannah.
I am here, Dr. Mathanga. Thank you very much, and everybody else on the platform.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think you're
Why
almost
don't you
closing.
Thank you very much, Daddy. You should say thank you very much, Daddy, because I was going to punish you for having not been on the platform much earlier.
I am actually quite sorry.
Yes, okay. So when you look at that problem, it is the West that goes there to create more problems. Now, I want to ask you one question. Why should we Africans, as African Union, carry the burden of these two states? We don't have even money. We don't have even anything to solve the Congo crisis. We bring two organizations. You see, the whole of yesterday was wasted when the people were solving the question of Israel. There was nothing passed yesterday. Until today, they left with empty hands. Nothing has come out of AU. The summit was overshadowed by Israel. Delegation thrown out. Surely, how on earth can we stoop low to accept problems from somewhere else? They come and finish them on us. Are we an experiment? Are we an experimental laboratory, a classroom? Africa is not a classroom. The biggest thing that I want anybody coming to speak on the platform now, what can we do about African Union? We have talked a lot, we have condemned a lot. So any speaker that I'm going to allow now, I want to be giving me solutions so that the panel can take notes. There are students here, very many of them who have taken notes, some of the things they didn't know about African Union and the troubles of African Union. So this is our last departure point, which is very, very clear that we want to make parting shots. Number one, to make this parting shot, let me give you Hannah, because you have just come. You might lose the chance to speak. Then I come to another lady called Fisenado. Then I come to Ismail Ruta. My brother Ismail Ruta, you have just come, and I don't want you to miss talking. I'll bring you up there. Another person that is the lady on a horse. I don't know. This world is not my home. Okay. Ismail Ruta. After Hannah, we have Ismail Ruta. We have the lady from Rwanda as parting shots. Cecil, have you talked?
Yes, I have, Dr. Matanga. I'm just going to make myself, I'm just going to go down.
Thank you very much, comrade. Comrade, thank you. You are very good. Charles Mutama, come back up. I'm just now, we don't have enough space. Hold on there. Hold the fire. And other people hold the fire. My God, there are so many requests. I can't finish them. But let me start with Hannah. Hannah, quickly. We could have done it. You stay in Britain. You're a member of the Labour Party. We have been together in conferences with you. We campaign freely. We go with Labour Party. We are never discriminated. Although the Conservative has spoiled the system here now, we shall be taking power very soon. Now, it would have been done differently. And what are the solutions for making sure that there's permanent administrative smoothness in this institution, African Union? Please.
Thank you, Dr. Harry. I can see Charles there. I can see a lot of people. Hello to everybody. First, my apologies. Wandera yuko hapa. Wewe hujanifollow bado, na unaambianga watu follow me, I follow you back. Wewe kijana wewe, umekuwa mkorofi. Anyways, moving on. And to be quite honest, we've always had these topics about African Union, and we always say, actually, some people say it's not functioning, it's not working for Africa. Let's just call a spade a spade. For me, I would say it's in ICU. We can resuscitate it.
Kennedy, your mic is on, please.
It's not on. It's from your end, so it's fine. It's okay.
Not you. It's Kennedy.
Kennedy mic is off. It's you who can see that Kennedy mic is on, so it's fine. Yes. Many people say that African Union is dead, but for me, I would like to say it's in the ICU. We can revive it. What happened? I don't think it was a good thing. But why did we have to spend that much time on sorting such a simple issue that stopped anything productive that came out of that meeting, a summit today? Is that how Africa wants to, conduct itself? Does it mean that Africa cannot sort itself out? It has to be... we have to have a puppet master in order for us to do anything. It actually pains me to say this, but the picture you've got, should they have evicted Israel, used diplomatic? No, why did they come? They were not told not to come the last minute, and nobody does that. They shouldn't have, they shouldn't have come if they were told not to come. And if they did, I don't think it should have caused all that confusion. It's actually very rude when somebody's talking to put your thumbs up. We do not do that in these platforms. My dear, what's her name? Iron? No. When you get the chance to speak, you can speak. If not, sorry, I'm glad I'm not holding the co-host
No.
Button, but we don't do that. I am sorry. You want to disagree with anything I say, pick up the mic and disagree, but it's a bit childish when somebody's talking to put a thumbs down.
Okay.
Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, my dear.
Rwanda, please, just wait until you speak. I've given you a platform. I'm giving you the second time. So let Anna, and Anna, just continue speaking. This is part of democracy. Africans are learning democracy today. So Socrates died.
No, but exactly. But there's a way we run our platforms. We, we let everybody speak their mind.
Okay, go ahead. And I am now in control. Go ahead, Hannah.
Thank you, Daddy. It shouldn't have taken. I don't see anything tangible that has come out of that. But where do we start? For me, I always go back to that African Union. We first have to be paying for our own bills. Okay, we are not paying for our own bills, and then we expect African Union to work for Africans, to represent what Africa needs. But then whoever pays your lunch, whoever pays your bill owns you. That's a reality that Africa has to accept. The building has been done for us, well and good, but are we paying for our bills? Africa can cough up the bills. They can pay. We can pay our own way. We can put our own agendas. But really, surely, do we